things kept happening. Not
Well,
talking to anybody.
I mean,
So I bought a.
time to upgrade.
Plotter.
There you
this
go.
last month, so I
Hey,
think
but
this
you got your
works.
money out of it.
Oh, yeah.
So
No,
people-
absolutely. But I don't know, it's, nobody wants those things.
Oh, no.
This
Oh.
thing's 5 feet long. It's over 3
Oh, I
feet
remember
tall.
when I was the facility manager of Air Force Hospital, we had one in our office because we would have to plot off, print off with all the new schematics and everything.
And yeah,
I had a,
sometimes they just don't want to talk to them.
oh yes, no, and that's when you use the other method trying to get the cracks. Get.
Delete it, reinstall it.
Oh, no. That wasn't an option. It was kick it, hit it,
Bounce it off the wall.
tap it on the side.
Let's see.
And then when the paper jammed,
Some man options, there it is.
Well, my mom was in charge of like printing off all the pictures and organizing the stuff she found. So she printed them all and put them in each other's birthday cards.
Oh, that's
There
awesome.
it goes again. Back to that.
yeah, might as well forget.
Maybe going back.
Did I hear you say over 8:50?
She said it'll be over by 8:15, sir.
8:15.
The whole thing?
Sounds good to me.
Sweet.
We'll bet you some money.
Or are they talking about them? 10 minutes. I know what you're talking about. I have 10 minutes, otherwise I'm on restriction.
Okay, I can throw some. I got a few.
Who has the bell? Ding, ding, ding.
I'll
Next.
put it up
We gotta
on-
get, like the buzzer for the
Yeah.
citizens' comments.
Survey
That's
said.
the mayor's.
The mayor's buzzer.
There's a saying, short but sweet. Short and sweet.
Short and sweet. Yes, ma'am.
No Phil yet. Still coming?
Yeah.
I saw him yesterday.
Yeah, he was here for the UDO
Okay.
thing earlier.
I heard him say so a little bit, so he knows to come back.
He knows he's got to come back.
Well, because Dad pulled up to the parking lot and Mary Helsman got scared because it looked like they were leaving. It's like, what day is this? What's going on? Where am I? Why am I here?
I saw I saw the parking lot back there and I'm like, am I late? Did the time change?
Well, I had to go home for 10 minutes to have my birthday dinner.
He scarfed it down.
Snip it and then run? I was like,
Pretty much.
Well, what is your birthday dinner? Because I know when we was growing up, we had our special dinner at Mama and Baby.
Well, this was not the special. We're doing the special dinner. It's been teriyaki.
Huh?
My mom cooks teriyaki. She's been doing it for me for, I don't know,
A
probably
while?
40 years.
Just say a while?
A long time.
A while, yeah.
Which is weird because she's only 29. She's just been 29 for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
She cooks well for 29.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said ours was very simple, you know, I always wanted spaghetti. My sister always wanted chicken fried steak and mashed potatoes and green cheese. But I said, we still have it, you know?
We do
Nothing
seafood.
fancy. Nothing fancy.
We do seafood, yeah.
Now, after we grew up, we did that, but yeah, growing up, that was our big deal, you know? And I remember when I was little, the big thing was to go to the Dairy Queen, you know, just me and my mom and have a banana split. That was a big thing, you know? to
See,
have a
we had,
special day.
they had, down the road, down 103rd Street in Jacksonville, Florida, they have a Carvel ice cream. Oh my God, it beats Dairy Queen left and right.
Okay,
And-
we'll need to compare that.
And they sell Carvel ice cream cakes, just like when I was little, at the Walmart, and their freezer with
Oh,
the
do
rest of
they?
the ice cream cake.
Oh, okay.
Oh my, so I get one of those every birthday. Mine, the kid, Joe.
I'll have to look, I mean, I
Oh,
think I've had one. I'll
And
see.
she does it these days, and she's celebrating the birthday for her four-legged babies too.
Now, the puppy just turned 4. But he's not into the
You've gotta have Carvel for
cookies
the
or anything
puppies.
like that? No. Yeah, no, he had his Frosty Paw ice cream cup like they have every night. It's pure protein, so for 3 German Shepherds, that's pretty
That's
good.
what I say, ice cream's good for me too, it's protein.
2 minutes so I can hang
How you doing, sir? Hello. I didn't talk to you earlier, I heard you, but I just. Oh, I'm doing Scrabble right now.
Everything I can think of.
Just to stop.
Send it back, tell them to fix it.
Just watch it.
I was working before you fixed it.
Yeah. You know how to do it, sir.
I've been my own IT manager for 30 years.
Marty said 8:15. Marty. He said we should be doing by 8:15.
You need a C?
I always love it when the thing
Hold on.
comes up, says,
I can use
please
it.
contact your IT director.
Everybody was asking about how to do this. I just want to know.
What you need?
I'm like, I don't know. You
I want Kathy through. Anybody else needs, we'll show them after.
And I've used this.
So did you have a good meeting yesterday?
That's not it. Just
One I-
No,
one
that
I
is your
filled out?
power. It has to have power.
Yeah, well,
So
it's his
that's your
work.
power, and then that's your,
They hired
to make it work.
$75,000 to
I've only ever plugged in one side.
Okay. You rendezvous with that Christmas party yesterday. And I sat down.
No, I don't.
with the secretary.
Yeah, see. I thought you were asking USDA or
I guess I'll go.
USDC.
But you get first on the,
Now, the problem is, I found out, we contacted them, I told them, hey, we're not gonna be able to get a meeting until January.
This is a failing that it does not have a C to a C, which is what it needs.
We're consolidating it all, so you only create
So,
HOA
we have to
fees.
do this.
So on January first, he's gonna call two HOAs. So he's not too tickled.
well, blame it wasn't your fault.
Oh, yeah, but from his perspective,
Yeah.
Technology hurts us.
I think he can
That's why
talk
patience
to
is
you.
good. It's either there or it's not.
This is what we're doing. I'll send him a copy of the plan.
Opposite sides?
We got dropped.
These days, this is what I'm relying on.
I have a bunch
Oh,
of water.
yes. Oh, yeah. I have a booklet in my, in here, and I always do, or my phone.
Look at this.
And I write it at home on my calendar, because
Bill's, Darren's on the clock. He has to be out of here by 8:10. He has his marching orders.
Alright. Do you want to make sure it works?
Now, let's go ahead and get started. I'll do it.
Who has his marching orders? You got?
He does. It's his birthday.
Happy birthday, that's right.
Thanks.
Someone told me it was your birthday.
All right, you ready? All right, we're going to call this meeting to order at 5:31. We'll start with a roll call.
Sheena Martinez, District 1.
Paul Carey for District 2.
Bill King, District 3.
David Mers for District 4.
Herb Dyer, District 5.
And Darren Schroeder, Mayor. We're all present and present.
Pleasantly present.
Please rise with me for the pledges of allegiance. Begin with the American flag. I pledge allegiance. And the Texas flag.
On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please remain standing for the invocation. We have Pastor David Simonson from Castroville Community Church. Would you please bear with me?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather peacefully tonight and conduct the affairs of our community. I pray for our elected leaders and for all of those who are gathered with them, that you may guide us by your wisdom and your grace. I pray for your protection over all those who are traveling tonight on our busy roads. Thank you for the Christmas season. It is a reminder of your abundant light and miraculous love. In the name of Jesus Christ, your Son, my Savior, I pray.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next item, we have citizens' comments. If anybody would like to speak for citizens' comments, please come up.
I need to make a cameo appearance, so.
We missed you, Bob. Thanks.
Yeah, my name is Bob Lee. I live two doors down from the mayor at 1314 Gentiles. Two doors down from another old mayor. Old mayors are everywhere. I'd like to talk about mayor, council, administration staff. talk about water, and maybe boards if I have a chance. You might ask, why was the Water Acquisition Fund set up way back when? It's been 20-plus years ago. Well, right off the bat, we knew we have one source of water, Edwards Aquifer. There is nothing else. Everybody to the east of us has multiple sources of water, but we have one, just one. We knew we lived in a semi-arid area, and dry years, plenty of damage would happen to trees, foliage, and foundations. You may have noticed that yourself. One year, we had problems with the sprinkler in the park. We lost 10 trees in the park because we couldn't irrigate down there. Anyway, it was also a possibility as growth comes to this area, which it is now, EAA might actually decrease the allotment that we could have for water for Castroville. And so we said, you know, there needed to be, it was before my time, but we supported, there needed to be a water acquisition fund so we could have that water insurance that we so badly need. And so using the 237 foot of water from the airport and the additional water that we purchased over the years, we knew that that was our best and only option to have a water security insurance. It was never intended to be made available to developers. In our ordinance, it says in the subdivision, water rights transfer prior to final plat being approved, the subdivider must provide the City of Castroville ample water supply for the subdivision. If water rights are unavailable to the subdivided property, then they're another option. There has never been a time since I've lived here you could not get water rights. If anybody told you that, they're not telling the truth. They're available. And that was checked on as late as last week. The water rights are available. The wording is very specific. The developer brings the water. The only exception is if they were not available. The water rights have continually been available, as I said. When we put that in there, and I was the mayor when we changed the wording to LUEs and all that, sometimes there might be a development that was 5 acres, 6 acres, and possibly someone might not want to sell that little amount of water. But that was the only case that we were considering when we did that. I understand that the council gave authority to the administration to swap some of our water insurance for money for one of the developers, maybe more. And I'm just curious, did you amend the ordinance? If you did, I'd like to see it, because it's not allowed in the ordinance as it is. Okay, if the water rights are available, they have to bring them. I also understand we have used our allowance for the year, and that's not a good thing. Of course, we've been in a very bad cutback. We've had years here we had plenty of water. We've had years that we haven't had so much. This has probably been the worst one I've seen. So I have to think, what would the situation been if we had not had that extra, probably 400 or so extra acre feet of water that we frequently did not use? We'd have been in deep, deep trouble. Okay, the road, it appears that I perceive that you're on is going to be catastrophic for us unless we have adequate water come with every development. You also need to reevaluate the LUEs. We set that criteria up based on just a basic LUE. Okay, it wasn't designed for a semi-arid climate that we live in. Yes, David Merritt likes to take, you know, military showers, but everybody doesn't like to do that. And so you need to reevaluate that, and you need to look at things like the ball field. You need to look at the car washes, if you heard me said, because they have no restrictions on water, and they use a huge amount of water in that one car wash this year. So please go through, reevaluate the LUEs that we get, and continue to get us additional water for water insurance. It's a cheap cost every year for us to have in order to stay out of big trouble. I know you're looking at the airport water lease. Traditionally, we've done 10 years because they had a big project. I would ask that you put some escalation clauses in there. If we have additional cost in the city for a service, we have to pass it on to the customer. To think that the water lease rate is going to stay the same for 10 years is ludicrous. When I came here, it was like 75 bucks an acre foot, and when I got out, it was like 125, 130, somewhere in there. And so it's going to continue to go because there are more and more demands on this aquifer. They're just more and more. And so if you put
let's wrap it up, please.
Okay, put an escalation clause in there. Okay, you're going to charge a customer for the water if we use it, so you're not really out anything. And so that's my point there. Protect the airport. As I told a number of people, the greatest threat to the airport in Castroville is in this room right now. Okay, it's not just you. It's the one before mine, the one before. Okay, because we have one boss over two entities, and sometimes they're at loggerheads. So do the right thing. Thank you very much, and thanks for serving. And I hope those rain prayers pay out tonight and next week. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thanks for coming about. Would anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments? You have 3 minutes.
Sorry, I'm not chasing you.
Priscilla Garrett, 702 Florence. We, those of us involved with Steinbach House on a continuous basis, appreciate very much the recent marker from the Medina County Historical Organization with the story of Steinbach being placed on the grounds. But we question the spelling of house as H-A-U-S. Standing right beside the marker is the Steinbach House H-U-S park sign, which has been in place for several years. The word for house is spelled H-U-S. I know H-A-U-S and H-U-S are pretty interchangeable, but we've worked hard for several years to get the H-U-S spelling on signs, literature, and pamphlets that are handed out to visitors. The word house is recognizable in our area of Texas, but H-U-S sets us apart from Fredericksburg, Boerne, New Braunfels areas. It says we are a little bit different. We do not have German dancers, we have Alsatian dancers, nor a German festival, and we are not the little Germany of Texas. We're the little Alsace of Texas. We were not asked to review how the marker reads. If we had been, we would have asked to correct it to the Alsatian spelling of the house. He was not able to be here tonight, but Les Shearhart, who is now teaching classes in the Alsatian language, also noticed the spelling the night of the home tour. I believe he spoke to 2 of you at the after party to bring up the misspelling of H-U-S on the marker. He pointed out that it is written H-A-U-S 7 times. I've also contacted Liliane Bosberg, retired linguistics professor at UT, who is Alsatian and wrote her dissertation for her PhD on the Alsatian language, and who has generously donated several Alsatian items to us, which spelling would be correct. She did say that H-A-U-S and H-U-S are interchangeable in some instances, but that H-U-S would be correct for us. So I ask you to please contact the county organization to see, no, not if they can make the correction, but ask them to make the corrections. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments? I was asking for other people too. We let other people.
It's all about you tonight.
No. All right, next item is consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have minutes for October 23rd, 2023, special called city council meeting, minutes for November 14th, 2023, regular called city council meeting, resolution on EAA water rights, and applications for open positions on airport advisory board. And that is just a review of that. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. All right, next item is the mayor's report. Oops, I don't know if I hit the right buttons here. So, all right, great. So, on this item we have, and I didn't put it on the title slide, I apologize, we have the UDO committee meeting that was held on November 28th on DNA of Castroville, an update on that, and then an update on Old Fashioned Christmas. So, just a quick review. We had hired Simple City Design to do planning services. They also do community visioning, DNA analysis, comprehensive plans, development of code and processes, and small area plans. All of these are included in the contract that we have with them. One of the reasons that we chose this company is because they do small town Texas very, very well. And we're not trying to copy any of the small towns that they've already done. That's not the way that they approach it. They approach it as, we want to help you right here. Are you frustrated that your town is beginning to lose its character and authenticity? This is actually right off their website. And is it beginning to look like Anywhere USA? And so this is the process that we're going through with them. So included in this is the master plan update, which we have to do legally every 5 years. Code update, downtown master plan, and some example designs of small, medium, and large size properties, how the code would look on these kind of properties. Their process is very heavy on public engagement. It is to define what people love, and they design the codes to replicate that. Find what is in your past and make sure that it is in your future, or find out what from your past you want to have in your future. They'll help find compromise when people don't agree on what they love. We have on our steering committee, we have a very diverse representation. Not everybody looks at things exactly the same way, and we did that very purposely so that we could have all areas covered. And their goal is to ensure that codes reflect what the community wants within lawful constraints. Make codes easy to understand and to follow. So that is the output. This is what the entire process looks like. I put on here the website where you can go and find a link to, they have a project site for this. So if you go to our planning site on our website, there's a QR code for anybody that knows how to use those. I think there's 2 in the city who know how to use those. So if you go there, click on the thing for the UDO, and it'll take to the project site. You can see what people have already gone through and what the process looks like when the upcoming meetings are. And you can set yourself up for notices of upcoming meetings and all kinds of information there. So we've done the DNA roundup, which is just looking at what it is the definable elements that make Castroville unique. They presented it, they asked questions about it, it was through public involvement. The next item is going to be Castroville Dreaming. So this is putting some of this into, it's putting big ideas about how do you keep certain things the same and how do you change other things. So how do you keep the good and get rid of the bad? That will be January, I think we said 16th, 17th, and 18th. Look in your utility bills for the updated dates, and we'll get it out over social media and the newspaper and other areas. So it'll go all the way through. The hard work goes through about this time next year, and then we'll go through the final adoption after going through all of these community phases. This is done very, very heavily with the community because we need to make sure that everybody is represented in this so we don't miss anybody. So this is part of the process of what they did. They put out, we had the first meeting at the Landmark Inn. We got Steinbach stuck us in my head.
She's going to throw candy at you.
She is. They put down plans, and people got a chance to put up stickers. You can see just some of the different things. All of these are available on that website that I had mentioned. Just some of the different items that are on there. So the public comments, now there's 2 items here about feedback. These are just some of the main things that I pulled out of there. People are saying no 6-foot privacy fences, keep open spaces in the historic district, support interconnected walkways throughout. We have all kinds of different things that are in there. Part of the feedback from some was definitely form historic districts, and another was why are you focused on historic districts? So it's we have, not everybody agrees on what right looks like, but these are the comments that we're bringing in. We did have a unanimous yes when they said, what does rural Castroville look like? Do you want agricultural, farming, ranching? Do you want backyard chickens? Do you want the ability to have horses, goats, sheep, and community gardens? And that was unanimously yes. We do have, so some trends that kind of came up here. I've got the trends as the most areas of agreement, and we have some challenges as well, and I won't go through all of these, but the trends are really don't allow changes that will impact the way that I live, do something about this traffic, don't change Castroville into somewhere else. We prefer the country feel, and we want something that's safe for kids and families. And we have some challenges inside of this. Affordable housing was a theme that happened throughout, creating, or what do we say, attainable housing without creating blight, without creating low-income, downtrodden areas. Highway 90, we've got some definite changes with that. We have some people that say, a lot of people that say 1 house per 1/3 acre, but then others want granny flats or mother-in-law suites, or we call them officially, it's accessory dwelling units. Many have already been subdivided, and so it's dealing with those. And the codes didn't exist for the first 100 years, so there's a lot of the historic homes that break our current codes. So it's finding the mixture of how do we accomplish a lot of that. Agreeing on the transition areas, especially where we've got retail close to residential, the cost of infrastructure. So we've got a lot of changes in this. One of the big changes, the CZO versus the UDO, comprehensive versus uniform. or unified development code, right. So comprehensive means all-inclusive, and you only need a unified if you don't have comprehensive. And so it's really just an update. It's confusing because it gives the impression, I think, from people that I've talked to, of a complete discard and rewrite, where what we're looking at doing is just combining it and taking the good, getting rid of anything that that the community doesn't believe belongs in there, and making it just very clear for people. All right, on to fun things. Old-fashioned Christmas. According to, I think it was Clint Cook who had given us the number of about 10,000 people that he estimated were here for old-fashioned Christmas. We had closed down Fiorella, Paris, and Houston Square. It was very, very busy. Thanks to Darren Ham for making a recommendation to reach out to ACOG. So the chamber worked with ACOG to get shuttles in, and they completely handicapped accessible. It was great. I talked to a number of people that took that from the Baptist church over. It was a great turnout. So
I want
just
to,
got,
if I can, oh, go ahead. No, you may highlight it. I didn't see it. Go ahead.
so
Yeah.
these are just, we got to, Carrie just really loved her one. We had Josh and Curl out with the animals. There were just a lot of people that were out there. We had churches, and it was just a really great time of a lot of people coming together. Santa Claus came out, and so those are just some of the pictures. Great success. I thought it was a really nice community event. A little bit impactful because there were so many people, but I think that everybody handled it very, very well. Did I make it under 5 minutes? 7 minutes, man. All right.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
In your briefing where you showed the schedule,
Yep.
it doesn't comport with what's in the RFP. And I thought we were 2 months behind, but according to what you just showed us, we're more than like 4 months behind.
No, we're right along the schedule. So
The schedule in the RFP is not the schedule you just showed.
Right, but what came back, the schedule we had asked for, they had come back and made a recommendation on a schedule that allowed for plenty of public input. We had figured that this was going to be a 12 to 18 month process, and they started it, well, I mean, I guess we did the DNA analysis early, but we just started this process this past month.
So
And so
does
it's-
that mean that, I'm asking a question.
Yeah, please.
Because the schedule has been elongated further into the next year, does that change the cost?
No. No, the cost was, and I had explained this before, I don't know that it was totally clear. This is their process. So the public engagement, this is one of the reasons that we like them, because they are super heavy on public engagement. They're talking about where can they, I think they may come in for Fiorella Friday, for the Alsatian Festival, places where they can be to present some of the questions, some of the ideas, get input, and it is really making sure that we're getting out into the community and that the entire community has an opportunity to engage with this. This is what they've done in the other cities, and in talking to the other cities, they've stayed right on track. They got behind a couple of times, but I think that was more on the city than it was on the group, but I don't see anything that's going to cause us any.
The only other concern I have is when you stated that the CZO was going to be a rewrite, you made the statement, we're going to get rid of things that don't belong there. Well, I can't think, and the CZO is the CZO. It's an ordinance. Everything that's in it belongs there. So who's going to decide what doesn't belong there?
The community. This is going to be done through an extensive community process. This is not a single person that is going to do this. There are no special interest groups that get any kind of preferential treatment. This is taking things, like there are some things in there, I think that there's a thing in the CZO about servants' quarters. I don't know that servants' quarters or some of the other individual items that are in there aren't necessarily applicable, where they may have been applicable back, 50 years. I think it was first published in 75.
When the citizens and the contractor finish this process, who will have authority to approve the UDO?
That is city council.
Only the city council. So is the city council going to have privy to all the tools that were used during the process so that because it's not reasonable to assume that every city council member is going to attend every citizens meeting. It isn't required. So,
Although it is recommended.
recommended, but not required. So, when the city council is asked to vote, I'm going to request of the city staff that they prepare a matrix of the existing CZO, subdivision ordinance, and sign ordinance that contains every will, shall, or must
Yep.
that's in those ordinances today, and shows us where they appear in the UDO.
No, I think that's.
And then
that's
if they
absolute-
don't, we have the option of discussing, okay, we took that out, like you said. Nobody's had what'd you call it, a maid's quarter, somebody's quarters.
Yeah.
They don't belong, I understand that. But there may be some things that there's disagreement between the city council and some citizens.
Yep. And
So
this is why
my
it's
point
so heavily
is,
involved with
the city council's going to get the final vote on whether that ordinance gets approved.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, and I think that part of this is creating clarity in here, so that, I think that, I don't know if the matrix, we've discussed it a number of times, I don't know if it was specifically stated in there, but I think that that kind of clarity is what we owe people, so that they can see what would be removed, what would be added, so that there's no sneaking anything in here. And this is why
I'm more concerned with stuff being left out than I am sneaking things in.
Right, just accidental omissions.
Accidental, I'm not saying it's intentional, this is a very complicated process. And there's going to be a lot of people involved and lots of ideas,
Right.
and it's very easy for something to slip through the cracks.
Yes. And so my expectation of this is it will be slow rolled so that there's plenty of opportunity for investigation and communication and conversation and feedback from the community.
Thank you.
No, good concerns though. Okay. Next item is the board liaison reports. We'll start with the Airport Advisory Board.
There was no meeting in November, but we did have a December meeting. They have been doing very well and very busy out at the airport. We have lots of people flying in to go to the Brig Ranch Golf Course, to where one day there was 3 Lear jets that touched down. All the people from this company, their executives and everything, were going there to play golf. And the word is out on our airport. People are purposely flying in here because it's easier to get to and everything compared to San Antonio. So that's a good thing for us.
And it's long enough to land on.
Where's Briggs Ranch?
Yeah. Let's see here. So it's been discussed that the 9010 grant will be going towards the AWAS system. That's the field, they really need to replace the AWAS system. So the cattle guard that was put up, there's some washout deterrents around the cattle guard, so they'll be pouring some concrete around it to better secure the cattle guard. They rented out the Hubberly hangar, which is apparently a very good thing. FAA is going to be sometime, they're trying to nail it down, doing their flyover to check on the 16 approach. Then they do have a request for the financial side. They request for the airport budget if they could get a line by line of what grants are out there and where they are at as far as paying it back. A clear breakdown as far as the grant line by line in the budget for the airport.
Well, okay. So I need some clarification. We can meet afterwards if you'd like, or at some other time. But there's the grant assurances. Are they talking about those?
No.
They're talking about grant monies.
Yes.
So the only grant monies that I'm aware of that we actually we owe back, just for everybody's, would be the USDA.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's pending. So.
Yeah, and that's, they just, just want that information.
Sure. That's it. That's in the budget.
Okay. The water rights, Chuck and Brianna did a bunch of research and everything, and that's being discussed tonight. And that's why they submitted between the the median of $120 per acre foot and $160 per acre foot. They feel $140 per acre foot is right in line, and that's what's been recommended by coming from them. There has a gentleman that's going to be coming out and setting up a business out at the airport. It's called A&P Augustus Barber Citation Service Center. Apparently, it's a big deal, and there's only one other in the state of Texas, and they do lots and lots of business. So they're going to be coming and setting up shop at the airport, so that's
Is that,
gonna-
hold on, is that the one we're talking about?
Yeah, so
All right, so-
they're trying to.
Well,
Yeah, I want to be careful, because we're not, it's not definite, we've still got to work out.
The
a
way it was
lease, we've
briefed
gotta
in the
build
board,
building.
the way it was briefed in the board, it's a definite.
It's not.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you that right now. I don't want to, I don't want false impression, and I appreciate you reporting what you heard in the meeting,
Yep.
but that's not a definite.
And they recommend all four individuals that have been put forward for the board positions. They are working on the emergency response plan for the airport. They are also coming up with a plan of attack for the eclipse coming up. That way, in the event they get a lot of people calling and saying they want to land at the airport, that they have a game plan ready to handle all flights that come in. And that's it.
Great, thank you. Next item is, or excuse me, next report is Historic Landmark Commission. That's Councilman King.
Didn't meet.
That was easy. Library Advisory Board, Councilman Mertz.
Have to scroll to my notes here. The library board met on November 16th. Membership numbers for several months were presented, and memberships are back on the steady increase. A draft of the library master plan was presented to the board members for review. They're likely to approve it to send to council later this week. The building extension plans are in progress, and finally, a 5K run to commemorate former board president Mike Estes is planned for early next year near Love Your Library Week.
Great, thank you. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Councilman Dyer.
I believe they had a meeting last night, but it was scheduled very late. I was not able to attend because I had a conflicting schedule already. So I don't know what happened last night. I'll have to report at the next meeting.
Of Parks? Would you like me to give a brief update?
Yeah, you go there.
Yeah, so we went over some of the things we'll go over tonight on the agenda, which is the pending departure of our Parks Director, our Community Services Director, Devin Fredrickson, and talked about the Community Center project. We actually looked at the design, talked about the exterior, the interior, and the layout, and sought feedback from the board on those items. They provided, so they had some really good questions and provided some feedback about that. And then we talked about a survey that's being created. It's just a 5-question survey, but the idea is to get citizen input on the items that are in that grant that we've applied for parks. So it's looking at the projects that are in the Parks Master Plan and the prioritization of those projects that the Parks Board's already done. They're looking for validation from the public, but they aren't necessarily telling the public, here's how we ranked it. They're asking the public, rank these items for us and help us understand where they sit in your wheel. And then they're going to do a comparison and then make a recommendation to the council in January.
Great.
That's the plan.
I have a question relative to that. Several months ago, the Parks Board had discussed redoing their master plan and integrating some items that had come up since the last time it was made. Has that been done, or are they asking for priorities amongst the old master plan?
I believe so. It's that's what's part of this progress is to, but the short answer is yes, they incorporated a lot of that stuff. And I'm not as knowledgeable of that because I need to get a download from Devin and Jonah. Yep.
All right, next item is Planning and Zoning Commission, Councilman Carey.
Planning and Zoning Commission met on November 8th prior to our last council meeting. The only item that was discussed was the proposed development at Houston Street, which came to us at the last meeting and was withdrawn during that meeting. So we didn't take any action on it, and their recommendation was essentially successful.
Great, thank you. Next item is public hearing on a request for annexation of a tract of land known as KF Flat Creek LP, containing 123.23 acre tract of land called Tract 1, being a portion of a 154.17 and a 131.46 acre tract of land called Tract B, being all of a 41.58 tract of land called Tract 2, all of 41.46 acre of land called Tract 3, and all of a 48.41 acre tract of land called Tract 4, described in an instrument, recorded in the clerk's file number 201-800-2306, official public records of the John Fisher Estate Land Division, lying at the John Fisher Survey number 5, abstract number 1269 of the LM Collard Survey number 97, abstract number 1259, and the Romanus Whitman Survey number 4, abstract number 1348, Medina County, Texas, adjacent to the city of Castroville, Texas, city limits.
Mayor, if I may, this is public hearing? What?
Yes, we're going to open the
Sorry,
public hearing
already done
at
that.
6:05.
I apologize. I thought you'd already done that. You read so long, I forgot what you started with.
That was a long item.
Yep, it is. So why do we put all that there? It's not to confuse the public, it's because that's what's required by law, is that description. What this is, just for more layman's terms, this is the Flat Creek development that we just approved. And some people who pay close attention to the agenda, including myself, may be asking, how many times are we going to annex this property? Keep in mind that there was a portion of their property that was not in our ETJ. So the first thing they had to do was petition to have that included in the ETJ, and then have that, then that ETJ, that entire property is being petitioned for annexation. And the processes are very, very similar. The language for them is very, very similar. So we're now at the stage, you've taken care of that work. We're now at the stage where we are going to annex the entire property. That requires 2 public hearings. This is the first one. There'll be another one in January, and then following the same night of that public hearing is when you will take action to annex that property. They have submitted their PID petition as well, and we will likely take that up in January.
Great. Thank you. Does anybody want to speak for the public hearing? All right, then we'll close the public hearing at 6:06. Next item is discussion and demonstration of a test utility account.
For this, we have Kathy Adams. Kathy is, while she's getting ready, and let me know if you have any issues. You shouldn't, but if you have any, let me know. I'm just astounded at the amount of work that is going on behind the scenes to get a lot, there's just a lot of work. Kathy and John and his entire team, whether it's the actual physical work of fixing our utilities and keeping them running, or in the case of this project, all of the behind the scenes reporting and finagling and back and forth and dealing with issues. It's tremendous. And it's a real testament to the dedication of our staff that none of them have quit, number one, and 2, that we haven't had to add any. The amount they had full-time jobs before we took on all of these other projects, and I'm just really, really, really proud of the effort they've done. So this has been a work in process. I know Councilman Dyer reached out to me several times in succession. I think just got tired. Because he didn't stop bugging me about it in September. We thought this was going to be ready, I think, in July, and then maybe in August, and then maybe in September, and here we are in December finally looking at this test site. And that really just speaks to the amount of back and forth there is on getting the site working and making sure the data that's in there is reliable and everything is talking to each other. So we have to sync up several different software systems that the city utilizes to make this site work. And so that's what you're going to see here. Kathy's going to walk us through. Are you going to walk through showing how to sign up?
Yeah.
And then also,
there's a guide that we will send to everyone. And then this is the guide that's up on the screen right now, and then I'll show you actual examples of the customer portal.
I was trying to do it while we were here, but I needed my account number, and I didn't want to get up and go get it. Because it's super simple. It will take all of 3 minutes to sign up for the test account, and then you'll watch it. But take it away, Kathy.
So the first step is to email us a request for access to the portal. And we put it in the newsletter this month, and it's customer service, all one word, lowercase, at castrovilletx.gov. So just send an email, and you have to include your name, account number, email, especially if it's different than on your account or the one you normally use, and phone number. We're just using this as an opportunity to update our records, because we've been trying to call a lot of people, and the numbers are discontinued. So this will help us. When you send your email request, you'll get the guide back, and what you'll do is you'll click on the link that's up there. It's HTTPS, My Customer Service Census Analytics. And it looks like you're supposed to put your email and a password in, but you actually go down and create an account first. Right here with that blue arrow. And then the next step, you will get an email. Well, you put your email in then, once you get to that point, and it will send you an email similar to this screen that you click on the link again. And then you will set up your account at that point from that link. And you just enter your email, your account number, your service address number, not your mailing address, and then establish your password and confirm it, and then submit that. And then on the next screen, you log in. If it asks you for your token, it should have an explanation. If it doesn't, send us an email or call Public Works and we'll tell you your token, your security token. Then this is the portal for the warehouse at Public Works. As you can see, it has the billing cycle usage, and this is for water, and it shows the current usage and the previous months based on the billing period. So you can set up your own alerts of what you want to be alerted for, and the way you do that is well, it signed me out. Just a moment. It does have a short period of time to be open. And you can pick whichever ones you want or all of them. You enable it, and since it's water, we mainly go by thousands of gallons, but the portal will show you in gallons. So we would like to know if our average is 5,000, we want to be alerted if we go over that. So we would put in the 6,000 here. Oh, I must have hit something by mistake here.
Did I say we're doing time?
But it's customizable. You can set
Yes.
whatever. David only put like 2,500 probably, right?
I didn't know that at all.
But yeah,
Yeah.
My point is, you look at what your average usage is and set that yourself.
You can do daily, multi-day, and even vacation alerts, so that if you happen to have a leak happen while you're on vacation, you'll know about it. You can call someone and say, hey, go turn my water off till I get back. So it's pretty straightforward.
So that's the alerting feature, and then there's also, you can go in and look at your bill, right? Your usage details.
Can you look at daily usage?
Yes. Well, you don't see the daily usage on here. This is more of a very high-level oversight of your usage. It goes by, it will tell you if you check every day, it'll show that daily usage going up, but you'll just have
But
to.
you can't see real-time usage.
No. Let me
I
show
got a
you.
leak in my system. So that's why I was hoping it'd tell me real-time usage.
Turn off the
Well, I think
section
but
two.
isn't that one of the alerts that we just looked at? You can,
This is daily.
Yeah, you can do,
so you can set a daily, like, you aren't gonna see your daily, you can't just glance at it. But you can set an alert that says if it exceeds this
I
amount.
think it's 2 gallons, it's a gallon an hour,
Yeah.
24 hours a day.
Yikes.
And I just found it out when I got the bill in, because the bill was 3 times what it should have been.
We're
But
look-
nothing's leaking, so it's underground somewhere.
So-
We're looking at the Steinbach house now, and as you can see, it'll tell you if you're on target to meet your billing cycle threshold, what you've set up. So it'll tell you, like, they're at 21% on the electric right now. And then,
So this data is also, because these are this is billing information, it's also recorded, so it gives us some data that we can use for comparisons, growth rates and other such things, so.
right.
Excellent.
And if we ever change any, like the billing period or anything, then it'll update and it'll still show. Now, when you look at it, some of you might see your previous meter and it won't have any data, and that will be there. It's for water only. Something happened to a few hundred water meters from the old that are still in the system, showing as there, even though they're gone. So it won't give you any data because they weren't smart meters, but they'll be on there. If you sell your property, the next owner will not see it. It's just tied to the owner.
Can you all look at daily usage so that if, like in my case, I have a leak, can you go back and see when that leak started to occur?
I can show you this one right here. I won't say exactly where it's at, but this is,
My house.
this is the period between the December 9th and today, where you see the orange color, that means there was no usage. So then from the 11th through today, there's been a lot of usage. So,
That is your house.
That is my house. Now, can we look at that, or only you all can look at
only
it?
we can see it.
Okay.
And you will get calls, especially from Patricia when she's doing billing. She will see anomalies like this. We also get alerts on the portal we see. Let me see if I can get to there.
So if I were to email Patricia and say, can you send me my usage for the last month, it would tell me, and I got something like this, it would tell me when the problem started to occur.
Yes.
When your son drove
And
the tractor
we
across
have
the-
shared this data, so it's been great. We've already been able to resolve, or at least help people resolve and ease their minds on what and when it happened.
Yeah.
So yes, we can share that data out. Typically, we'll print it and.
Oh, that's that day my tub overran for 5 hours. No.
We've
Yeah.
had a couple of customers that had a very high continuous flow, and when we contacted them, they refused to believe that they had a leak. They just wouldn't believe it. The guys went, checked the meter, showed them to walk the property, looked everywhere. They still couldn't find one, but it was thousands of gallons every hour. So they finally called plumbers, and these 2 instances, it was leaks under their foundation.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, this ground soaks up water.
That's
not a
right.
problem.
And this is one of the tools we have where it shows us the alarms the system has. We have, where the radios sometimes don't communicate. So far, it's been intermittent, not one completely failed. I think we've had 3 that we've had to replace. But we also get the continuous flow alerts. It can be where somebody's filling a pool, using their irrigation system. It's not necessarily that it's always a leak, but that's where we start from, and then we look at a couple of days. We can go back until the beginning of the installation and see when the patterns changed, and that's when we start calling people, when we notice that it's,
Yeah, because in my case, last month, my usage has gone from 6 to 16,000 from last month to this month, and it was, both of them were in the new system, so I'll be able to see what date it kicked in.
So before you click off of this, just had a question. So it says that out of 1,719 devices, there are 672 of those that have continuous flow. And continuous flow would tell me that there's probably a leak. So is that basically, that's a third of all of our meters have homes that have leaks with them?
Not necessarily, because we do have people with irrigation systems
But continuous flow,
It will show that continuous flow also. It will show us, we can tell
so
to
continuous
the
flow
hour.
doesn't mean that it doesn't stop.
Right, it just means there's a continuous flow for a period of time.
But what's that period of time? Like an irrigation system only comes on once a day or once every 2 or 3 days.
It's different from each house, depending on if they do have irrigation or not. So we're having to do a lot of research, because I don't know every house. We have to look, okay, does this one have an irrigation device? And when are they using it? Is it during the periods they're supposed to be using it? Which we also find out that they have their irrigation systems on at the wrong time. And people with pools, that they fill them up, because we did have this during the summer. We could tell when they were filling their pools and things like that. But we have found a lot of continuous flow that are leaks.
Well, I'm a test case because I fill the pool out of the river and the irrigator. The only thing we use it for is flushing toilet showers and cooking.
We also have a meter insight. No, why won't it click on it? There it goes. It tells how many active water meters we have right now. There's 47 orphan. That just means they've been switched out, but they haven't gone through the system yet to update. It updates every night, so tomorrow it should be less. For some reason, we have a device that is inactive. That means it's off and in code, but it's showing usage, so we'll have to find out what that is. A stale meter just quit reading. When we've looked at these in the past, it tends to be when the guys are changing a meter out and they have to turn the water off, and it shows it as a stale meter. Then we have 56 with no read available. That means the radio is not communicating at this time. And it could be, a couple of weeks ago, one of the radios, the communication device that was at the Medina well over there, it wasn't communicating, so they had to come out and do something, and it wasn't getting transmitted to the other device on Cross Hill Tank. But these are tools that we can use to help us do a better analysis of what's going on with the water, electric, and even gas. So, and then
So if you have a no read available in those 56, that means you're not going to have any data. If it continued through the whole month, you'd have no data to bill somebody.
right, we'd have to go do manual reads.
Understand?
What's the unknown radio?
Those aliens.
When we find
What
those,
does that mean?
we have the work orders from the installers.
Yeah.
So we take that radio number and go in and find out where they said they put it,
Okay.
which is not always where it is, because we've had some that was at your house, and it was actually at Mr. Dyer's house. But we have to do the GPS then
Yeah.
and find out where it's at.
That's all I wanted to see what the definition was. Just like, okay.
And if a customer calls us, we can go into their portal with them and talk them through what they're seeing and help them set up.
Excellent.
So,
Great.
but other than that, it's very straightforward as far as the customer side of the portal.
And this is available right now?
It is, we're doing it kind of slow. They have a couple of glitches. There's some hieroglyphics showing instead of the actual words. They've got it down to the front part and the back part of the hieroglyphics. But hopefully maybe by tomorrow it'll be fixed.
Can you talk about the wave of applicants you received after we put that in? Because it was in the utility biller?
Yes, it was in the newsletter that Darren Ham
So in
does.
the newsletter, we invited people to sign up,
Got flooded.
and we got
3.
3.
Oh.
It wasn't a
But
wave.
I did have a caller one day that was very upset that she could no longer read her meters herself. So I asked her if she would be willing to volunteer for this, be the first one, and she did. And she had no problems. I mean, I think it was 5 minutes later she was set up, and she could see her reading and see what was going on.
Why couldn't she read the meter herself?
She can. You have to open it.
Right.
And then kind of close it, and then open
We
it
really
back
don't
up.
want them doing that, right?
Right.
Because that's the whole point. This is automated meter reading. But the issue is, people want the warm fuzzy that they know what's going on with their usage. And once the website, as you saw, is pretty intuitive. You can figure it out, and once they get familiar with it, our hope is that they will be comfortable and understand that it's accurate.
In the future, do you see it where the customer could see, like the special screen, where actually see daily usage?
I don't know. We'll have to look into that.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know why that feature's not on, frankly, because I just don't know, but.
Because I think it's normally on for other systems that I've seen, but I don't know what ours is.
This is where I said we can see, if someone tells us, we can go in and look at their customer portal. But that's not one that's set up, so I can't
Understand.
show you that it does connect. But we can help them through it,
Okay.
especially if they start seeing continuous flow, we can go back and forth between
I
what
hope
we
you-
can see and what they can see.
I hope the takeaway for you all is that we have a truly dedicated, wonderful group of people in our utility billing group, especially, and they're here to help our customers. And you can, if you can't, I mean, just reading between the lines and the extra effort and work that Kathy and Patricia and Liz all go through to try and make sure that they're addressing concerns, it's unfortunately, we've got some very thick-skinned people that work for the city, but the fact of the matter is we get thrown under the bus quite a bit and accused of all kinds of shenanigans and other things, and the fact of the matter is we're here to serve the public, and we do our very best to right any wrongs and fix any issues and give them the most accurate information we can. And I'm really appreciative of your efforts, Kathy, and John, your team that you've got. Y'all are doing a fantastic job, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want this?
Just leave it right there, because we got 3 or 4 more.
The next item is consider and take appropriate action on the appointment of a member to the Medina County 911 Emergency Communications District. And this is, Polly Edlin had reached out. She's been serving on the board for several years to the 911 EC District Board and is currently serving as president. She's requesting to continue to serve on the board, and the executive director, Rhodey, is recommending that Ms. Edlin be reappointed to the Board of Managers. So unless you have any questions, the motion would be to reappoint Polly Edlin to the 911 Emergency Communications District Board of Managers.
So moved.
And seconded.
Great. Any questions or discussions?
I was just going to say, for anyone listening and anyone up here who doesn't know, what is the county emergency, the 911 board? Like, what is it? What does it do? Who's it made up of?
I don't have all that detail.
Well, I don't either, actually, because, I didn't get a chance to ask some of the questions I have, but I know, anyway, I'd be guessing, 911, I know that 911 systems, that system statewide has regulatory requirements, and I would assume that this is what that is. That board oversees the establishment of the state-regulated 911 system for this area. People, I think sometimes we don't and I don't, I'm one of those people, we don't understand all the work that goes into making a 911 system work. And it's not like the feds come in and say, well, when you dial 911, you're going to get the local police or whoever. It is actually, it starts at the federal level and gets through the states and it comes down to the local jurisdictions, and they have to figure out how to make that work, and it takes.
And have all the backup plans when it goes
Right.
down, when disasters hit, and we don't have it, like when we had when our system in Hondo got hit, they're the ones that created the plans in order to cover until they could get the towers and everything fixed.
But exactly like what the jurisdictional authority is and what created that board, I honestly don't know. But I'm assuming it's an outgrowth of the state 911
Yeah.
system.
There's state legislation mandates it.
Probably a good idea to have that as a future agenda item.
Mhm.
We'll get that on the bidding list. Just an education about that, so we
Yep.
get better. Great.
I did want to bring up that Mr. Rhodey's letter did list several members and the secretary of that board, and you've got representatives of Hondo, D'Hanis, Devine, and Castroville with Polly Edlund on it. So it's very, very community involved. And one of the things I know they do is they predetermine addresses They actually are the administrator that assigns an address to a new home so that they have GPS coordinates and everything else for emergency purposes for each address. So it's a bit involved.
Great. Any further discussion? I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Next item is a presentation on balanced scorecard from Your Biz Rules, and this is Leslie Hustler.
Good evening, everyone. Just 1 second. We're actually going to be able to do a tour, so you can see what your city staff, city administrator, and our team have been putting together for you over the last few months. So let me open up and get going.
While you're doing that,
Surely.
so we've been meeting constantly about the CIP and ClearPoint, and I'm astounded, again, I'm really astounded at Leslie's cheery attitude every time we meet, because she hasn't made me aware of every detail she's had to work on, but having been through these types of projects before and done them, and what we're looking at and what you're about to see, it doesn't look like much to look at the high-level reports you're seeing, but the data that's behind it and the organization of that data and the amount of back and forth that has taken place between Your Biz Rules, our consultant, and ClearPoint, the software that we chose to utilize and do this, has been tremendous, like a lot. And I think to our credit, or to your credit and our benefit, Your Biz Rules has really pushed ClearPoint out of their comfort zone. So this is a software company that already existed and already had a bunch of clients. They really pushed them out of their comfort zone to challenge them to do some things so that we could see the reports that we wanted to see as a CIP. The whole goal of this was to do two things. One, you have a CIP document that we adopt and work through, but you don't get to see, all you really see is the numbers, right? And then the data sheets, and it's a stale document. It exists at one point in time, and you don't really get any updates, and you don't know what's happening after you've allocated those funds, and how do you have some kind of confidence that the staff is doing what they need to do? This software is intended to give you that look and be able to look at a glance and say, okay, what we approved is happening, and here's how it's happening. If it's not, here's why it's not, and that kind of thing. And the idea is that once we get this going with the, are you waiting on me to stop talking?
Nope, you go for it.
Good. I'm going to keep talking until I see
It wasn't opening up to the right
Okay,
place.
good. Okay, I was going to keep from filling time. So, the idea is to then take this and expand it to the larger organization, and we would probably do that. My thought is, we do a council workshop every May, and I think that would be an appropriate time to really nail down what we want the broader organization's balanced scorecard to look like, so that we can leverage the same work that they've done to do that effort. That would be my hope. But again, we'll have that discussion in May. Tonight, we're going to talk about CIP and what we can see now. Leslie.
It's so exciting. Just as a brief overview, first off, it has been our pleasure to work with both the city council, mayor, city administrator, and the staff. If we've brought a cheery disposition, we've been greeted with one every single way. So it has been.
It's the numbers. You always ask for a rating.
It's the numbers, right? I do. So just as a refresher, the purpose of this project was a couple-fold. One, to align the mission and vision along with strategic goals that are set by the council and mayor with the action plans of the staff using the balanced scorecard methodology, which is why we chose ClearPoint. ClearPoint is specifically designed to align with the balanced scorecard. Their founders actually work for CAPLA, and so they're very well versed in it. And we wanted to do it in a way that was scalable and adaptable as the organization grew, as it learned better, as it decided, yes, we don't want to see this, yes, we want to see more of this, a system that could actually give that to you along the way. The scope, as Scott mentioned, we used the 2023 CIP report because we had to have a point in time in which to align all the data and make sure that everything was set up. That encompassed 144 items between projects, vehicles, and equipment. And through the process, we really identified some key structural enhancements that, as Scott said, pushed the boundaries of ClearPoint. That did impact our time slightly in those ways, but I think the end product is to your benefit to do that. So, some benefits that we've seen already, you will see the increased clarity that you're going to be able to see, be able to click through in about 2 clicks to any data point that you want to see more information with. We've spent a considerable amount of time giving you a baseline reports for the council. So as you use the system, you're going to say, actually, we would like to see it this way. The system's going to be able to do that customization for you. So it's a learning environment, if you will. The web portal is pretty much how we would recommend going through to it, but if you're in a crunch, you can't get through something on your phone. So if council is asked a specific question and they want to reference data, they could pull up the system, hopefully find it in your report and the council summary page that we will have there for you, and be able to answer that question with a surety. So connecting a little bit, giving better customer service. So we did take care of the heavy lifting of data entry. One of the things we found is the CIP on surface felt very simple, and it was actually a little bit more complex than that. If you can imagine taking a flat sheet of paper and turning it into 10 layers and then making sure all the layers work together, that was a little bit of what we were up against. But we're going to do a tour in just a minute, and I think what you're going to find, and this is the feedback we had from the staff, so in working with the staff to both make sure that the data is correct, but also start to build in updates. We heard a lot of, this is really intuitive. We'd get on the screen with a couple of people and they would click away, and I was like, I guess I don't need to tell you where to go. And that's a really good signal that there is that intuitive nature. And while we have people that have a broad technology adoption, everyone at every level was able to interact with the system pretty successfully. We did do a lot of our status updates just within the last 2 weeks, and I know one of our major concerns is that the system would not add workload to the city staff, and we found that there were 2 benefits in this way. One is a net zero. The staff has a process of tracking information and creating reports. That process is a net zero. Instead of doing it in Excel, we're doing it in that system. So we're not adding any work, we're just shifting where the work is at. But where we're really going to see the workload shift is in the reporting. So I just asked John, who did all of his project updates, which is quite a number of them in the CIP, I was like, okay, tell me how long. And he was like, about an hour. I was like, great, next month it's going to be even faster. Because not all the statuses for all the projects will update on a monthly basis. So there's a quick little copy forward. So whatever you put the next one, if there's no change, you can roll it forward with a 1 click. So you don't even have to remember what it was that you said. So that's where we're going to see a lot of the time savings from a staff perspective is in that reporting, because we're standardizing reports and being able to do the charts on the back end instead of having each and every person communicate those. We will also expect that you're going to see increased accuracy, not only increased relevancy, like how quickly you can actually see it, but because we're taking all the manual calculations and turning them into automated calculations, we're expecting to see some increased accuracy and some time savings in that perspective, and not having to maybe do the troubleshooting or the manual calculations across every cell. Like the budget, commend the all CIP budget, because that document has a lot of formulas. So able to take that information and bring it into the system. What's next? This was phase 1. Phase 2, our recommendation is that this data is updated for 2024's CIP so that it gets brought up to date to your most recent reporting, that the reporting for the council and mayor is refined. Again, we've given you a starting place. Now it's about developing it to a fully useful tool. And you will see there's a lot of use that we've already given you. And then just using the system to build familiarity. It's not complicated, but it is process driven. So the more that you're in it, the more you're going to remember the process. So that would be there. And then phase 3, as Scott would say, adding in more of your operational budgets and getting the complete system. So let me start off with a tour. We're at the welcome page, and this is one of the places that you'll start to see where We're bringing the mission, vision, and values of the organization along with the strategic pillars and the strategic objectives to the front and center. So 9 times out of 10, every time you come in, you're greeted with this welcome page. The objectives that are here are just for the CIP plan. There are more objectives that relate to the broader organization as a whole, but that was not the scope for this project. Council, you will have this lovely beginnings of your council summary page. And what you'll see is we can get this to be very visual, very quick data, but working with the mayor and hearing what it was that he wanted to be able to see and be able to help the council use in policy, we start with 3 basic pie graphs. So the first one is the initiative status snapshot. So this is how are the projects going. You'll notice that there's a green, a yellow, and a red. Okay, the red is obviously below plan. We've defined that as being 50% off or greater than 30% off target in time or budget. Then we have yellow, that's less than 30% off target on time or budget. And then green being on track. There are a couple of other different statuses such as completion or not completed, but this is really talking about active. Then you'll notice in the second part is our designation for completed projects that are on and below budget versus over budget. So currently for completed projects based on the 2023 CIP, we are 100% on or below budget. And in our last pie graph, what we have is multiple bids obtained or not. So for completed projects, the blue represents a professional service where a multiple bid was not necessary, and the green is where there's multiple bids obtained. If there was a project that did not go through the multiple bid process, it would show up in this area, but right now we're performing as expected. At any point in time, this system, I like to describe it as it's very nested. So you can always click in until you get to the bottom to find things. And one way that we've done that here is we assume, well, what are the caution projects? I'm kind of curious, what's off target? So right below that is an actual detail report. Give it just a second to load, where you can see the projects that are included. These are all the active projects, so you can see Smart Meter, which I thought was great that Kathy talked about Smart Meter, because Smart Meter's been our poster child initiative. We'll go to it in just a second. Is right here at the top, you can see percentage complete, as well as why is it off track. So we're not trying to write a novel here, we're trying to be bulleted, because with 144 projects, the novel would just be voluminous, right? So it's meant to be a bit shorthanded, give you enough information to know what's happening in that project, and then if you'd like, you can click through. So I know our second one that we have is generators for well sites and lift stations. This is an area that's classified as yellow, but if you read it, it's really because we're waiting on FEMA, right? So the city staff is well aware of the status. They're communicating that to you. If we wanted to dig into more, like you said, it's a nested system. We'll go into Smart Meter. This is basically the initiative description. There are several layers. I'm not going to go through all the layers that are here, but I just wanted you to see what a page would look like. So again, we're tying the balance scorecard back here by actually saying the objective that we're meeting with this project. We can do collaborators and owners. There's some finance data in here that start to populate budgets and funding and unfunded projects, some of those reports. I've spent probably the last 10 hours validating a lot of these totals and making sure that everything is in the right category and showing in the right place, as well as the analysis that you saw in the report is on here as well. And then these are all of our financial milestones is what the term is, but this is where all the detail is. So we won't go too deep into that. It does have Gantt chart, and you are able to start bringing in high-level project management. I know for several people, this has been a really exciting place to be able to put it all together and be able to blow that out. See where we are. Okay, so I'll go back to our council summary report, and we'll just go down a couple more areas. There is the completed milestones, bids obtained if you did desire that, and then.
Do you want any feedback, or do you want to keep going?
I am almost done, and then you can have all the
Okay,
feedback.
all right.
Thank you for asking. So one of the things that we have heard is like what's funded, what's not funded. That is this bar chart that we're working on and have put out here. Again, still validating some of this data to be 110% sure, but the data is 100% right in the system. The reports are probably at 98%, and that's only because I'm really anal and I want to validate it all. But this is, I think, some amazing tools.
You're detail oriented.
I am a little.
I mean,
I don't love it, in all
that's the other word
actuality.
You said detail oriented. Go ahead.
But that's the book basics of what we wanted to share with you. The simplicity of the system is a huge win, but it kind of belies some of the complexity to create that simplicity. But like I said, it's been a pleasure for us to be working with the city and the staff. Any questions?
What I would like desperately to know is, are we close to kind of what you envisioned, or maybe you didn't have a vision, but what did you envision you would see after all of this? These reports are highly customizable. What we tried to do, and I challenged our intern and Les said, like, just pretend you're the mayor and council. Like, try to think of how you would like to see this data. And it was kind of funny because we were challenging each other. I went to bed. I didn't sleep well. I woke up, and then the next day we met again, and we had gone from, there were pie charts at the top, and she created the one on the bottom, and I'd had the exact same thought process as, it'd be really helpful is like funded versus unfunded by year. And I was all prepared. I was excited. I was like, I think that could be a graph they could see, and she'd already done it. So, but my point is, we're making our best guess as to what you'd like to see, but what we really like to know is what do you want to see? Is there anything else on here that you would find to be really advantageous as far as being able to glance at and get a picture, right?
Well, these reports are the ones that I used when I was over the balanced scorecard and everything for the Air Force out at Lackland. The one thing I would recommend, that's just my opinion, on your bottom there for the funded versus unfunded, technically if we're using the stop and go light, like we should be, the unfunded should technically be red.
Can make it red. We chose not red because is it off track or is it not?
Right, but if we use the stop and go light as they preach in balanced scorecard, it would be a red.
I can just make it red.
My 2 cents there.
I just wanted to approve of the ability to look at, to click in and go deeper into some of the areas, especially those that aren't functioning. When something's not functioning, you want to know why.
Exactly.
And whether it's an operation that's not working, or personnel that's not working, or the expectation's wrong. And it allows you to adjust that. For instance, we can't expect to have materials that just aren't available. So let's adjust our expectations and solve that problem. So
I will say that thank you, because I will say that this and the future outgrowth of the organizational version of this, whatever that is, I mean, it is very much the way this is being done. It's like the way we do our budget now. Like it is fully transparent. Any part of you want to see, including the screwed up Excel files that Leroy and I changed back and forth to make them work. Like when you dig in here, you're going to see things like you may drill down 6 months from now, and I don't want this to happen. I'm sure you don't want it to happen, but it's going to happen. That you'll drill down and wait a minute, that looks like some stale information, or that doesn't look accurate, or whatever. Like you're going to see. The point is, you have full. You'll be able to see everything that we're doing. Now you'll have limited ability to make those changes because we don't want you changing it, right? But you'll be able to drill down and see it, and that means that it's about as transparent as an organization can run, because you'll be seeing what we see, and in some cases seeing where we're trying to on the financial side. We're shifting away from the thing this allows us to is shift away from using Excel to do separate bookkeeping, which is what we have to do right now, and to actually do all the bookkeeping in here and tie it to a report, which makes it a million times more usable.
Anyway, okay, that's all. Councilman, you got any questions, comments?
No.
Councilman Murray?
Yes, I had 3 things. Will there be some amount of citizen view into this for some of these items. Like, for example, the sort of summary page of the CIP. That might be something that would be really good for a citizen to be able to go to, and in addition to the very nice formal flip book, to be able to just scroll through and get whatever the latest status is.
Well, the idea is that this will become the flip book. So we actually talked about that. So going back to what I said earlier, the CIP that we have right now, the way I'm building it, I won't be doing that anymore. We're going to do it in here. So you're not going to see the Excel file yet before it'll all be in here. And the idea is we'll have to be able to recreate that CIP document, and we're not at that point yet, David. We're getting there, but we'll need to be able to recreate the CIP document so that we can create a snapshot in time of the report that is the public version, right? You all see what happens after you adopt it, but in order to adopt it, you're going to see a proposed version, right? And it'll be live, and then you'll say, okay, but this is what we actually want to do, and then that'll become what gets adopted, and then that'll probably, somehow we're going to turn that into a document, kind of like the flip book on the website. And then from there, you'll see these other reports. But because it has all this additional functionality that we didn't have or much more difficult to do for the other report, we will probably be looking to the council to understand, well, what do you think we ought to put at the public-facing piece? How should we be showing the same information? And but short answer, yes. Long answer is what I just gave.
Okay.
Yeah, we have created, I would say 96-7% of the CIP as a document in a briefing book. There's been a few adjustments to pull funded projects away from unfunded projects, so those get encompassed. That can be done through a PDF. So most of our reports can be done through PDFs, not all of them, because on screen is actually an 11 by 17, so they have to go through a little bit of a process. But to answer that question as well is this does have the capability to be a live web page with limited access. You can choose what to share, what not to share, and there are several cities that do that quite successfully. It can be done as simply as an HTML page within Castroville, or if you would like a more polished site, ClearPoint will happily assist you with that project.
Okay. Second thing, would there be some amount of ability for someone on council or the city administrator to customize their own dashboard if they want something a little different from sort of, if they have particular things they're trying to keep track of because their neighbors are asking about?
Ish. So the best way that will be is that you can create your own my ClearPoint, if you will, is what it's called, but you can actually favorite things. If you have a specific scorecard, let's say for airport, any projects that are related to airport, if Councilmember Martinez wanted to have those scorecards available to her, she could actually star those. So then she could go straight to them and see those specific projects that related to the airport. So there is that way, but a separate council summary page, no, that's a pretty standardized thing.
All right. And then this is a little nitpicky thing, but on
Surely.
the total funded and unfunded, is that essentially percentage right now? It's showing that 100% of this year or last year is funded. It doesn't happen to all be the exact same absolute amounts, right?
It's a total stacked column, so it's based off of a total of 100%, and it's trying to show representation. So the green representation is how much, but it's done by dollars, not so much percentage. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. I'm welcome to be overruled on this, but I
No
think
way.
that graph would be more informative if the absolute sizes of those bars was also shown. Instead of it being out of 100, having
So more of a bar chart that's
yeah.
there's next to each other versus
You can
100%.
see we funded this much this year, and this much this year, this much,
Yeah, that's just
Maybe
a
2029 is all funded, but it's also minuscule compared to the years before and after.
correct, and that is a customization. I mean, I could change this graph into that. I won't do it live because you know that never works. But it is something that could simply change this as a graph. I think the system has about 14 different graph styles, so you can definitely align it to what you want to see.
If we were to do that, it would be my preference that you, for what it's worth, I'm not the councilman, but it would be my preference that you leave this graph and add the other graph.
You can do that as well.
And then the last thing is, I'm just a little worried that some people, I don't have anyone in particular in mind, I swear, but like, some people might get bogged down or rabbit hole themselves over planning because they have, you know, when someone clicks on their project page, it's going to show a Gantt chart whether they've done one or not. And it's going to show all these different metrics, and some projects just don't need that level of detail.
Correct.
See, I have the reverse concern. I have the concern that y'all will say, hey, we want to see X, Y, or Z, and I'm, you know, it's not,
Well,
to your point, it's not applicable. It's not
yes, so-
wasted time.
I think it's going to take a while, and it's going to take restraint on the part of council to establish healthy expectations about the amount of detail that'll appear on any given size of project.
Can I drill just a little bit, not take too much time, but for instance, some of the projects like fencing at the airport, you know, it is such a small, like, it's just, you have to be careful how much information, how much time you're spending putting information in about a project that's gonna be over before you're done putting the information in, right? So, as long as you all can give us the grace and understanding that there's gonna be some projects you're not gonna see a lot of detail on, because, you know, we bought a gator. That's it. Like,
Check.
Yeah, it's just not, there's not much to it because we've got it, but, yeah, keep going, sorry.
No, that was my last thing, so.
Agreed. I think it's, as you start to get in this system, what we've found when we bring systems like this to businesses and other organizations is you have this moment of expansion, and then everyone goes, wait a minute, this is way too crazy. And it comes into contraction, and you get something that's very sustainable. So it's important to keep asking yourselves, like, what is the definition of success? And I would say, to your point, err on the side of simplicity versus complexity.
Did you say simplicity?
Simplicity?
I'm just kidding.
Councilman Dyer?
Are we keeping track of how many hours per day each department director or each employee that's putting data into this system is spending on it?
So yes and no. Right now, we're really just rolling this out. And what we have done, what you heard Leslie talk about earlier, was she kind of went back to John, who has, 20, 30 project, however it is, bunch, and said, okay, John, we asked you to do this update for this report. How long did it take? It took an hour to do an update for 30. And what you heard her say, which I believe, where this is concerned, when CIP is concerned, is it should take, well, number one, we're going to stop doing projects. We're going to stop using money. I mean, there's going to be a very few projects here in the next CIP, but it should take less and less time. Now, what I'm more concerned about is actually the future rendition of this, which is where we roll this out to the larger organization, and that's a real concern. I brought it up multiple times. I want to make sure that we aren't, as I said a second ago, that we aren't overthinking this and actually becoming unproductive because we're spending so much time trying to prove that we're productive, right?
That's
That
my exact concern.
Right.
And it seems to me it would be very easy to put a code in the time card system that says balanced scorecard support. And I, for one, would like to know how many hours in a week does each director spend putting data into balanced scorecard. And it's important now because we know this is new, complicated, and difficult. So it's going to be higher than we would like, but there's going to come a time where we're going to start seeing payback, supposedly. And if we don't track it, we'll never know that we're making any benefit.
Well, I understand your concern, because again, I share the same concern. But here would be my response to that. Where I'm putting my emphasis on this project and this project that we've considered, and I've had very candid conversations. I keep looking at John because John's here, but also Brianna and the staff that reports to me that look. And we had this conversation when we had that workshop in this meeting, the couple of days that we met and talked about this as it was initially being conceptualized, is whatever comes out of this the definition of success must improve and make your workload more efficient. It must be helpful to you. It can't simply be a reporting function to council. It must be something that actually makes your job easier on some level, or gives you data that you value. And if it isn't doing that, I'm against it, right? I had said that initially. I can truly say, like with this, certainly with the finance department, but it helps us, it is a tool for staff. So when we look at that broader project, I'm gonna have the exact same level of concerns, like, we aren't reporting for reporting's sake. I know a lot of cities that do it. They win awards for doing it. We don't have the time, money, or patience to do that, right? We're gonna report on things that you say you really desperately need to make better policy decisions. And if that's what we're doing, then we're achieving something together that's beneficial, that's worthwhile. And the benefit, if you're asking to track just the hours spent, but you aren't tracking the benefit you're receiving, then you're only looking at one side of the equation. And I don't know how to track the benefit you receive in some respects, because it should be a catalytic, just like an engine, it should be a catalytic thing that as we work together, balanced scorecard, the way Kaplan designed it, and I know you know this very well, Sheena, it's a feedback loop. And I know you, in your experience in the military, same thing. It's intended to be a feedback loop so that we get better and at responding to concerns, issues, and addressing them before they even happen. And I think the best example of that is one we just heard earlier tonight with Kathy, like what we're trying to do with the AMI project and understand how it's being rolled out and that kind of thing. All that happened through a feedback loop, and we're only going to get better over time, right? As we work together to make sure that what we're doing is benefiting our customers.
But every week that passes that we don't collect the data, we don't know how much time and money we spent trying to make this system work. I've been a skeptic from the beginning, I'll admit it. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm skeptical. I mean, I'm very familiar with how to use calculating spreadsheets. I worked for IBM for a long time, and it takes a lot of time. And you're automating a lot of that, which is great. I hope it does what you think it's going to do. But I really want to know from John and Brianna, somewhere down the line, when we're making a decision about, do we go to the next phase? Do we go to next year? I want to see concrete data, not just opinion, about how much have we invested and what do we think the benefit is. And if we can't show empirically a benefit, then we shouldn't spend any more money. That's all I'm saying.
So we should create a tracking mechanism to have them figure out how much time it takes them to figure out.
Yeah, it's pretty
how much
simple. Why don't we
time it
put a
takes them.
code on the time card system that says balanced scorecard? And every week, each director, each person that's putting input in says, I spent 45 minutes this week. That's all I'm asking for. And then you aggregate it, and now you know what you spent.
I don't know, we have the same, for the same arguments you just made, we have to be careful that we don't spend time doing something that isn't producing something. But I understand what you're saying.
Well, you're gonna ask
And
us
I
for
think-
money, so.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think what we've just heard and what we can do periodically without trying to do a time card system, because honestly, that would then become a cost and a time and an issue unto itself. But I think what we can do is do this polling of individuals, say, hey, how long is it taking you to do this report? I do that. We've done that on the staff reports they present to you on a monthly basis. Some of them say, it takes me a full day, 8 hours. Well, what did we pay them 8 hours to produce a council report for you? That, for them, really isn't helping them, right? It's not giving them new information they didn't know. It's not allowing them to digest and see how they're applying their value. No, it's just a static report that you get, that they produce every month for their staff. The idea is that what ClearPoint will allow us to do is for them to both do their work, and while they're doing their work, they're automatically generating a report because they're putting in the information that for one time. They don't actually have to create a report. It'll create a report for them. That's what the CIP is doing. The large organization is going to take a lot of work to do to make that happen. But I think you bring up a valid point, but I think we can get there without having to go as far as like doing a measured system. We just need to check in, like you've done, Leslie, and say, okay, how long is this taking? And if that's something, I mean, what I'm hearing at least one councilor say is, that's what I'd like to know. That's an easy enough thing to do. We
So,
can check in with staff
I
and
think
say,
that-
how long is this taking?
So when we first went into this and we sat down with the directors, one of the biggest concerns that I heard from them was, I'm afraid that I'm going to spend all my time entering data.
Right.
Was that same kind of thing that you guys heard?
Yeah, it was one of the concerns. There were also a lot of light bulbs about the data that they could put in.
Yeah, and as we went through it, I
Yeah.
think that the light bulbs continue to come on. And so as you went, because you were working directly with the people, training them, teaching them, what was the feedback that you got from them as, like, going from the initial concerns to in actual implementation? What did you hear back from them?
That's the beauty of our 1 to 10. So after every meeting that we have with every single client, we ask on a scale of 1 to 10, how was today and what was your most valuable moment? And we don't really lose or leave a meeting without that. I will say we had a lot of people going, I'm not sure what this is at the beginning. And so we had a lot of 3s and 5s, maybe a 6, right? And then by the time we got through the training, we were probably in the 6, 7, and 8s. I don't have them with me. No 7s. I know. I start saying 1 to 10, no 7s. So 7's a cop out. But in the last 2 weeks that we've done them, we've had 7, 8s, 9s, 10s. So that puts us in the right ballpark for a new system. Like I said, as we've watched people, because I don't know if you've tried to teach technology virtual, it can be challenging and there's a lot of menu options. And so like I said, when people naturally gravitate to where they need to go, that's a really good signal. Majority of your staff is only going to need to update monthly, and they're not going to need to update every single project. The hour that it took John this month, I would anticipate that would decrease next month. And that next month reminder is automatic. So there are emails that start sending out the week at the end of the month and says, by the way, here are all the projects you need to update. And then if they start and stop in 3 days, they'll go, oh, and by the way, you still have these. So come and update these. So there's a nice little reminder system so that nobody has to do too much patrolling on that. But by and large, we found that the staff is adopting it. Any questions we're able to answer. Finance will be putting more of their information in here, but like I said, they're putting it in Excel right now, so there's not, it's a net zero in that way.
A quick question. Do they have the same ability to tag, like ask us a question?
I was curious about that. I don't explicitly know because we haven't tested it, but there is one of the nice things, let me just share that feature real fast. Go into Smart Meter. There is a conversation bubble that happens on every single page. So if you do click on it, you can see we were testing it with the team as we would go. You can send Scott a message on this specific item and tell him, hey, I'm looking at Smart Meter. I don't really understand this recommendation. Can you explain it to me? And he will get an email and a notification in the system. He can come in and respond back to you. What's super nice about that is there's a trail. So as changes are made in a system, if you've requested or something like that, you can actually go back and look at the conversation. Our best practice has been to do it as specifically as you can in the most specific place. So not necessarily at the initiative if you're talking to me about unfunded money, right? Do it at the unfunded money page so that the comments stay very related to the aspect of the data that you're looking for. So we've been working this way definitely with Leroy because he probably had the bulk of the data to help us validate. It's really efficient. Sierra was in it and she was sending us some things, so as soon as I got out of a meeting, I could just plug in and take a look at what she was doing and give her feedback.
Those look like they're fairly public. Is there a private communication capability in there?
Not.
I just worry about us getting into a walking quorum situation if we all start pitching in.
That may be another best practice to establish, yes. I think from a staff perspective, and especially being able to communicate up and down through the system, it's probably best that they are able to do their communication there, again, to track and be able to go back to certain decisions that were made. But maybe for the council, you do establish some protocol policies, yeah.
So it's probably us sending an email with the link and the snapshot.
Yeah,
and having staff update this. This should be a staff's workspace, not a council.
Every page has a unique URL. So you can copy a URL on the page that you're looking at and send it.
Okay.
We do that a lot too.
I had a couple more things, and then I know Councilman Merce has another one. I think that for any of the standardized graphs, what I would ask from council is go through, take a look at this, see how clear this makes it for you. What are the questions that you still have? I think that there's still, like, there's one graph that I'd like to see in particular, but I don't have it fully formed in my head. And that's basically a list, kind of like what we've got on that spreadsheet. Take an entire list, and these are all the projects, and this is funded or unfunded for this entire year. But I think that if we take a look at this across the board and say, this is what I think is going to make it more clear for me, we'll have that conversation as we go through, and then we come with a unified request instead of a one-off, instead of a, you know, each one creating different ones. I think that we find a unified view, have that discussion, and come up with those.
Yeah, that already exists as a report, I will say, because this is a dynamically loading database, not a cached database. It's a little bit better to look at things in views, only this much or only this much, but we actually have that set up for every department because it will load a lot faster than if I ask it to do it across 144.
Well, I have to then, I have one last thing that I'm going to hand this over to Councilman Merz. The amount of work that has been, I don't always look at work as a function of success, because you can do a lot of work sometimes and not have success, but you've done both. You have worked into this, you've worked with ClearPoint, and you really have challenged them. You have made them, you've held their feet to the fire on ensuring that they would do what they had committed to doing. I know that you spent a ton of time behind the scenes doing that.
Thank you.
I saw how much time you were spending with the staff, getting them educated, and you had committed at the very beginning that you're not just going to get it, put it in place, and let us go. Especially with some of the folks that have more challenges with dealing with electronic things, getting them up to speed and going through that with them. The result that I've seen from that is absolutely phenomenal. I feel like we are at just the point of infancy. I think there's a lot further that we can go, and I think that we'll see, as a council, a lot more results as we walk into the balanced scorecard going forward with the operational items. That's where I think that we're going to see the biggest thing, but I think that we've got just a little bit more to go, but the foundation is set, the information is there, the system is in place, and I have to applaud you. You've done a phenomenal job for
Thank you very
getting that
much.
put together. We still have work to do, but you've done an amazing job.
Well, our team has been happy to do so. Thank you.
I just wanted to speak briefly to Mr. Dyer's suggestion. If we were going to be tracking how much time the city staff is spending interacting with this website, really for comparison's sake and to know whether that's actually a time saving or not, we should start tracking now how much time they spend tracking data and writing reports, so that we have those two numbers to compare both before and after. That could be valuable. I'm kind of leaning towards Mr. Dixon's suggestion of, if the staff thinks it's helping, then it's probably helping. I think they're probably the ones who would know best.
Well, and I just don't want to overcomplicate that problem. Let's just ask.
Yeah.
Like, we can just ask.
At a certain
How
point,
is
I
it going?
think that it
How much
becomes
time?
micromanaging and inappropriate for us to get into that level of detail, although we definitely want to know. Scott,
I agree.
his job
Ask
is,
them.
yeah, ask them. And they will tell you. John will say, you are making me spend
Oh,
so
I'm
much
asking
time doing
a lot.
this that I can't actually do my job. I think that he'll give that, I don't think he'll be shy about that.
She's asking them at the end of every training session, but
Yep.
with a rating, so I think that information is coming back.
But what we've got to remember is balanced scorecard is everybody down to the lowest person has input on this. So any comments on the status of projects should be the people that are out there in the field giving those updates. That counts too.
Yep.
As far as time. Not just the department heads doing their part. The lower man on the totem pole sending in comments, hey, this is what's going on with this project. That way, the department heads get their updates, that way they can do their updates for the rest of us to see. That counts too as far as time.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what we got to remember. Everybody in the process has input. Everybody as far as staff, right down the lowest man on the totem pole, is inputting.
Yeah.
So all their time counts. That's
I
what
just
we
think
got to
that
remember.
it becomes dangerous for us to start evaluating that as a city council for two reasons. One, you're not tracking how much time they're spending doing other things.
Yeah.
But your point, I think, is the way the balanced scorecard works is It is a
Everybody.
it's a top-down and a bottom-up. This is a
Yes.
full communication, so you're absolutely right with that. Okay, anything else? You got something? Come on.
Earned value management is not a new science, okay? It's been done in business for a long time. Most very large civilian or defense projects have requirements for earned value management, which is what we're talking about. Setting key performance indicators, measuring, determining where you are, and as Sheena says, from the top to the bottom. In most commercial entities, the person in charge, their job relies on their score. And the score is figured out a specific way in every industry. You don't get the fudge. And if you don't get the score, you usually get fired. Now, that's what they do in big businesses. And it works because it forces people to do their job. And it works very well. But we're pretty small. And I know I sound like a skeptic, but it's going to take a lot of effort to get benefit out of this. And I just want to caution us, let's keep our minds open to the point where if it's taken more effort than it's worth, then we need to call it for what it is and say, maybe we don't need to proceed. That's all I'm saying.
Agreed.
And I'll try not to
And
keep beating that drum.
Your primary clientele is small, I would imagine, small to medium-sized businesses?
Correct.
And so you help businesses, small to medium-sized businesses, not huge corporations as
Correct.
much, find efficiencies and find ways of tracking work and find ways of reporting very efficiently. In your evaluation, based on your experience with small to medium-sized companies, our size, smaller, maybe bigger, the amount of return that we would get out of something like this, what is your kind of general statement about that?
When the system is used, it's exponential because it is a learning system, and as it improves, you become more efficient and more productive. The habit of using the system makes it easier to use the system each and every single time. So when that hurdle of adoption is the biggest hurdle that an organization has, but when they adopt something to actually tracking and having transparency in the organization, that organization grows and becomes more efficient. The team typically is more engaged, is happier. There are a lot of benefits to that, but in that system, to Councilmember Dyer's concern, is if it's too complex, if it's too cumbersome, if it's too this, nobody will do it. So we have a saying in our office that we're always like, what's simple gets done. And if we see something that's overly complex, we push it to simplicity, which is really how we impacted this project, is looking at what simple gets done. And we want it to take a heartbeat. I had a report up there that we've created for every single department. They don't even have to dig in. They can just go to this one page and it's a double-click save, double-click save. It is incredibly efficient. And that simplicity means that there's less dread. And if there's less dread, people will do it. So it's really getting down to the basis of human psychology and how do you motivate people to do that which you would like them to do in a positive way. So I think this system is setting you up for a tremendous amount of success. I'm telling Scott, a year from now, it will be its own little beautiful walking toddler, and it will have a personality of its own, and it will come from the usage and the input that each and every person gives into the system.
So even for a smaller size business?
Oh, yeah, hands down.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation, and seriously, well done.
Thank you.
All right, next item, we have presentation from Historic Preservation Officer, or HPO, that's Selena Angel, on Historic Landmark Commission purview and a possible historic district.
As she's getting ready, I'm going to introduce kind of what we're doing and why we're doing it. We just went through a very public, somewhat messy, somewhat confrontational discussion about PDDs and PUDs. We're not going to talk about that tonight, so you're welcome. But in light of that, one of the things that we've been talking about is in preparation for the UDO, do you know what you're doing? Do you have a seat?
this doesn't have,
You don't have a C?
I
That's
don't.
fine, I can make that work. You have a HDMI?
yes.
Okay. So we are working on trying to understand, well, how does our code, how should it be applied? Because one of the things, and Selena, I thought she was going to, she works for us, so I knew I wasn't in real physical danger, but I was worried a couple of times. Because I was irritated myself at the level of denseness that I was showing, but I really was pushing back on this concept that I have a property that's vacant, that's on the survey, the 1969 survey, but on that survey, it was a vacant piece of property. And now somebody wants to build something, and in my experience with the state law on regulatory requirements and what can and can't be regulated, like, what are you gonna tell, what's the why is that going, I couldn't get it through my head, like, why is that going to the HLC? Because what on earth is the HLC gonna tell that person? It's one thing if it's a historic structure, and they want to change the doors, or they want to add an addition or something. It makes sense. The HLC needs to go in, it's a historic structure. Like, you're going to change it, we need to tell you whether that's going to be appropriate or not. But if it's an empty piece of property, what purview is there? And it's not just about like, okay, what does your ordinance say? But then, like, in the law, in state law, what would allow them to have that level of jurisdiction? Because it doesn't exist. Like, in zoning, you can't do it. You can't do it. Right? So after many conversations and much, I'm sure, again, just the patience of Job over here with Selena, but a lot of debate, we actually pulled our city attorney and the planner that works with the city attorney and Selena and your boss and Brianna and myself, and then we have one of the representatives from Simple City in this meeting as well. And I don't remember, Phil, were you at that meeting? I don't think so, yeah. So this is staff only. For us to really, as they say, make some sausage. Like, we're going to get down and we're going to figure this out. And again, this is not a praise night. I'm not trying to, but really kudos to you for how you handled that meeting. And I don't know why it took the third or fourth time, but the light bulb finally went off for me to understand, okay, this is why she's saying what she's saying. Because she kept telling me, no, you have a historic district and it's this big. And these are subsequent things you adopted. So we're going to walk through all that tonight, because after that meeting I said, okay, all right. So we need to update, we need to have this level of conversation. Now that our city attorney and me and Brianna, we're all on the same page, we really need to bring the council onto the same page, because, as you're going to find out tonight, the way that we've been applying the ordinance as a city, and I'm not going to say as staff, really as a city, does not comport with your written ordinance. And so the ultimate aim of tonight's presentation is to get direction from council about how to apply the ordinance and which direction we want to go. So we're in the UDO, and this will be a part of the UDO. And I'll shut up. Selena.
So,
Because I did give you a time limit. I'm not even into your time.
I have it connected, but I don't see it
Oh,
showing
okay,
up.
yeah. So hit the big button.
Did.
This will be interesting.
I know.
Doesn't work.
I know.
Well, you do have to power it. So if it doesn't have power, it won't work. Is it that way? I have it upside down. I have it right. I'll have to roll that. Oh, wait. It is the right. What kind of connector is that?
Yeah, it's a USB. There's also one on our side.
Yeah, but it won't
It's
reach.
not working. Yeah.
Sure. It did over here.
You know what? Let me switch this over to that side.
Or is it?
Okay.
This works straight.
And just to fill up some time while they prepare for that, and so y'all know the rules, I won't give legal advice out here in the open. But what I will say is that we have bumped into this issue.
Oh, okay, you're gonna plug that one in.
beforehand with
So that was
the historic districts items on there, and some of the other items that
Give it a
exist
second.
in the CZO and all. And what I will tell you, because I know we've heard this, especially from citizens comments 2 or 3 times, it's like we have ordinance that do and say this. And what I'm going to suggest to you is that we need to get in the habit of actually reading the ordinance for what they actually say, not for what we think they say. Because frequently, we know what the intent was, and we know where we wanted to get, but that's not what got written into the ordinance.
Words
So-
have meaning.
And that's a perfect example, I'm sorry, of what you said earlier. Like, we went and pulled what the intent was for 2002 when the PDD and the PUD was established. PUD was supposed to replace the PDD, but that's not the language that got written. So, go.
Yeah, and so these are all things that as you go through the UDO process will be coming on to you.
All right. So, good evening. I'm Selena Angel. I'm your Historic Preservation Officer. Thanks for having me. Hello. Happy birthday. So I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to jump into this. I'll be discussing 3 topics here. A timeline going over how the Historic Landmark Commission, also known as the HLC, got their review authority, the current HLC powers, and the criteria and process for establishing a historic district. It's going to be a lot of information, but I'll stop and ask for questions before I go into each section. So there are 7 significant years that contributed to the historic preservation regulations that Castroville has today. In 1969, Castroville received assistance from the Texas Historical Commission, also known as the THC, and produced a historic resource survey. The survey documented 96 significant properties in Castroville that merited designation as local landmarks. However, no local regulations were imposed on the properties. These 96 properties are what most community members are familiar with today. In 1970, with the help of the THC, Castroville acquired a historic district designation on the National Register of Historic Places and is recognized for its architecture characteristics of the 19th century. And again, no local regulations were imposed on those areas at this time. In 1975, Castroville created a historic preservation ordinance to protect its historic resources. This is the ordinance that gave the HLC purview over the historic properties, but only the 96 properties listed in the 1969 Historic Resources Survey. In 1999, Castroville was designated as a certified local government, also known as the CLG, and became a pilot community in the THC's Visionaries and Preservation Program. This made Castroville eligible to receive grants to help fund preservation projects. And beginning in 2000 and up until 2001, the THC and HLC, known as the Castroville Historic Review Board at this time, conducted a new historic resources survey using a 60/40 CLG matching grant. And they found that 446 properties from the 19th century were identified to be historically significant. However, no additional local regulations were imposed on those 446 properties. Only the 96 properties from the 1969 survey were still the only properties that continue to be regulated by the HLC. And that report was published in 2002. In the same year of 2002, the THC worked with the City of Castroville to create a historic preservation action plan to proactively manage the future of its historic assets. The plan recommended updating the existing ordinance and extending the authority of the HLC to all properties in the overlay district. It also recommended the HLC to review all new construction, infill, demolition in these zones in order to preserve the character and continuity of the district. And lastly, the plan recommended the adoption of the design guidelines that illustrated standards for historic properties and principles that protect the historic context. But no action was taken at this time until 2017, when the City Council adopted Ordinance Number 2017-004 and Ordinance Number 2017-005. They followed the THC recommendations, which strengthened the powers of the HLC from the 96 properties to all properties in the boundaries of historic districts in Castroville, and the Castroville design guidelines were adopted. This is the ordinance that we abide by today. And until the current code is updated, these are the rules that we must follow. So before I move on, I just want to make sure everyone followed those milestones or had any questions on those.
Go back to the last one. Okay, so the actions on the 2 ordinances, you're saying that they extended the HLC review authority over all historic districts in Castroville?
Yes, in 2017.
Okay, so HLC should have been reviewing plans and anything for any of the properties that were in. Now, when you say all historic districts, that includes overlays, so that's like the historic business district, that's the,
And yes, I'll get into that in the next
Okay,
one. So
perfect.
I have a map of what we
Okay.
need to review.
Where that would be
Yes.
applicable.
All right. Any other questions before I move on? All right. So I'm going to get into the powers and the duties, and then I'll show those boundaries that the HLC has purview over. According to the code, the HLC powers include the following in regards to historic preservation. But the two that we're going to go over today is the Certificate of Appropriateness, also known as COAs, and recommending designations such as a new historic district. All right, so,
Back up 1 second.
yep,
Recommendation, what was the second one you said?
recommend designations, and that's designating historic district, a local landmark, one of those two.
Okay.
All right, so this is Castroville's zoning map. According to the current code, the HLC's purview encompasses any property that falls within a historic district, and that is classified by anything in the HE or CG zoning district, which I'll get into the next slide. But this map shows anything that is in the light gray or the hot pink on this map. That's what is the HLC purview over.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah.
this map is different from the one you showed 3 or 4 slides earlier that was in blue.
Yes, because I think that one was like from 1975 or,
Okay.
let me see. You're talking about,
That was
That,
yeah, so this is in 1970, the National Historic District boundaries, which are also different, but that's another topic.
okay, so that doesn't have to do with the HLCs because they don't use
Correct.
this one, they use the state one. Okay. Got it.
All right. So, yes, it's a lot larger than what we were dealing with. But the code states that a historic district or historic overlay zone contains landmarks or clusters of structures, including their accessory buildings, fences, and other accessory buildings, and natural resources having historical, cultural, and archaeological significance. And the code also states, and I wanted to quote this directly from the code, that a historic district may have within its boundaries other structures that, while not of such historic, cultural, or architectural significance as to be designated as historic landmark, nevertheless contribute to the overall visual setting of the character of the district. And I wanted to point that out because this refers to vacant properties in historic districts. They are still subject to HLC review, even though there is nothing historically significant about them. So just want to point,
Infill lots,
yes.
not
So,
on the survey.
what was that?
So infill lots that were not on the 1969 survey,
Right.
still subject to HLC review.
Anything in highlighted here in orange, so I wanted to make it more clear with those boundaries.
I think it's more than that because,
May I ask a question?
okay. Just 1 second. So, I don't know, maybe you're going to get into this, but like, Councilman King's house is in the gray area. It's not highlighted by that. It doesn't look like it's got all of the 96 homes and structures. Is that missing from that, or are you going to go into that?
So you're talking about his property is in,
It would be
just
the
in,
pink, yeah, right? Am I right?
The gray.
Which one are you talking about?
Your
I'm
house.
talking about your house.
The house where you
It's in the
live,
pink. The same thing is like.
not
landmark.
King's Castle. He knows what that's called.
No, it's in the, I guess you call it gray, I call it blue.
Is it in the gray?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
that's
gray.
the landmark inn up
And what
there.
about-
Well, it's landmark and
Landmark
then
Inn.
5 or 6 other lots.
And then Carter Brown, his place, and then yours, right?
Let's see, can you see my mouse?
When you go to the next slide where you tried to make it orange, it looks like you carved out the landmark inn and some other spots, but I don't know if that was done.
Oh, because there's, so here, in orange, that,
No, landmark.
So it's that little pink
This right
triangle tucked
here.
right against the river.
So like right here, this is Landmark Inn, and then like all these, we have all these historic
Yeah,
homes right there.
so
So they're asking, are these included in that because they were on the 96 survey, or are they excluded because it's not within those districts?
So, according to the zoning map, those are, it looks like CHC, which I need
Oh,
to
yours is in there, but harder to.
check
but
what that
it's
is,
still-
but from my research, anything in just the HE or CG, I'll double check on that, but this is what I found, anything in the HE or CG
Would it be fair to say
districts.
anything in those two districts, plus any of the 96 homes and structures that are not included in those, would still be included?
So if it's because I know the Landmark Inn is a state landmark, that would be included in this too. So if it has state designation, that would also be included in here. So,
I think the thing says that it's the historic district, including but not limited to the 96 structures.
right,
Which means it's first the historic district.
yes.
And then the structure.
Including but not, and then the 96 structures that are inside, including but not limited to those.
Right.
That's why we wanted you guys to tell us what's going on.
Yeah,
Dara had a
so,
question.
Yeah. For the 25 years I've been living here, I've been hearing there is no historical district in Castroville. It was never really established because it takes 80% vote of the residents to subject themselves to becoming a historical district. And now you're saying that in 2000, we just summarily added 446 properties.
no,
I
it was.
don't think there was any votes of anybody. How did we do that? What was the
So,
authority?
It wasn't adding 446 properties. THC just came in to do a update on the Texas Historic Resources Survey. So they found from the 96 properties that they found originally, now in, I think it was 2000, there were now 446 properties that were eligible and now deemed historic because they met some criteria. They were over 50 years old at that point in time. So now there's 446 properties. But Castroville never made an ordinance to protect all those 446 properties.
They never made one for the original 96.
They did in 1975.
They did not, the citizens did not vote on that.
So I
There
think
was no historical district. I don't think, I'm just.
Okay. But what you're saying is that there was.
Was established in the 1975, I guess that's when the CZO was first created, and it was in there, but
Careful of challenging her, she's going to win.
Well, just, okay, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
We're not going to skate over that, we're going to hit it head on.
Get you off track.
no, it's okay.
I have the same question.
Yeah.
Councilman Carey.
That limitation requiring at least 80% participation was to establish a local historic district, which comes with tax advantages and other benefits that were designated by the federal government, I do believe, right, Priscilla? And so that's a whole different animal than what we're talking about here with our historic zones or our zoned historic districts. And I really think that that word was added to those without full concept of what it would entail. They were just talking about, this is the new business area, and this is the historic business area. So that word wasn't intended to carry with it zoning authority. It did actually have some zoning authority because they set up different rules, setback requirements, other such things in our zoning ordinance for those. So there was a distinction made between business district and historic business district. And the rules changed in the ordinance that we had on record. So there was some exercise of a different level of authority over those zones as they were distinguished from one another.
Right. And one thing in one of the meetings I talked to with Scott is that just the wording in the code, and that's why we're updating the code too, just to get, just to clarify things, so.
And I think Councilman Merce had a question really quick, and
Yeah,
then we'll let you.
of course.
I was just going to say that I think that part of all of our confusion is that there's historic zoning and historic surveys and national historic districts and state historic districts, and they all have different rules, and we're trying to figure out which ones are equivalent or qualify under different codes we've passed. And so I'm with her. I'm hoping you.
That's the intent of this,
Towards
right?
the end of this, that we kind of can say yes, no, yeah, like
That's the
a chart
intent.
or a table
That's
or
it.
something.
Right,
Yeah.
please continue.
Okay, so according to the code, this is what the HLC has purview over, the HE and the CG, Historic Central Business District. So moving forward, the criteria for establishing a historic district, let's see. It has to meet 2 of the following criteria on this list, and I'll describe each one in detail. It has to represent the historic development, ethnic heritage, or cultural characteristics of the city, state, or country. For example, the new district being proposed conveys the continuance of the Alsatian heritage, and that would meet this criteria. It has to be associated with events that made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of local, regional, state, or national history. So for example, the proposed district in the land it ties back to European immigration and settlement of the Republic of Texas, and proof of that can be found somewhere. For example, the 1841 Peters Colony Bill. It has to be associated with the lives of a person of significance in our past. So for example, if many buildings in the proposed historic district are associated with Henry Castro and documentation is available to prove this. It has to embody the distinctive characteristics of a type of period of architecture, method of construction, exceptional craftsmanship, architectural innovation, landscape or site design, or contains details which represent folk or ethnic art, which this is probably the easiest criteria to meet here in Castroville. But the structures would need to be grouped in close proximity to each other and convey similar architectural characteristics. It needs to represent the work of a master builder or craftsman, and this is just majority of those houses in the proposed district are built by the same or multiple people that are of significance in Castroville. It needs to represent an established and familiar visual feature that is a source of pride or cultural significance. An example being is if the proposed district had all the same color roof, or certain details, like the details here, if all the houses had the same detailing. It needs to possess archaeological or paleontological value, in that it has produced or can be expected to produce data affecting theories of historic or prehistoric interest. And this one's a little bit more complicated, but it's saying if the proposed district is discovered to be located like on top of a battlefield, or during excavation, fossils are found. So this one's usually found after the historic district is being, if there's any
Disturbed.
yeah, if it's being disturbed. And then it is eligible or designated as a national or state landmark. So just using the landmark in as an example, if it wasn't in a historic district, but it was being proposed to be in a historic district, because it has national designation, the district would meet this criteria. And the last eligible criteria is it has to represent an era of architectural, social, or economic history that allows an understanding of how the place or area was used by past generations. I know this isn't a photo of Castroville, but I included the Taos Pueblo in New Mexico because these structures to this day are being utilized as homes and businesses, and this area is used as a UNESCO World Heritage Site that is open to the public for them to explore and understand the culture of the Pueblo Indians that still live there today. So if the district is being proposed being proposed by using the same or similar resources of the past and is used to educate the community on how people used to live. So that would meet that criteria. And like I said, only two criteria need to be met to establish a historic district.
Nikki had a
Yes, go
question.
ahead.
Well, not really a question, but because I've been to Texas Historic Commission conferences on this thing. Basically, in 1970, the federal government made us into a historic district. Then later on, the state did that. So we don't have to get the 80% rule. We were in, by the state of Texas, Castroville, this historic district was created here based on the reasons that you just said, which I agree. Later on, the city of Castroville passed ordinances in 2017. That's the first time it said, okay, here's this historic district, every building in this historic district is now subject to the HLC. So it wasn't the 80% rule. The districts were created by someone above us for very good reasons why they did that, but it was the city of Castroville City Council back then that passed these ordinances. That's ordinance that then set the rules for us. And that happened 5 years ago. And since then, we haven't been abiding by it.
Yes.
I mean, in simple,
Yes.
that summary of what you're
Yeah,
talking
we can
about.
conclude now. We can conclude now, thank you.
Yeah.
You brought us to the end.
Yes.
How-
Yeah, and then just the process, real quick, there's 4 steps to establishing a historic district: the initiation, research, designation report, reviews, and approval. So first, someone proposes, well, not someone, community members of a proposed district can go to the HPO and say, I want to create a historic district. These are the boundaries. Or the HPO on behalf of the city council or HLC or Planning and Zoning Commission can initiate a historic district. But no matter who recommends designation, the HPO and the HLC will have a meeting going over the boundaries. The HPO will notify the building official and the property owners in those proposed boundaries. And then a public meeting is set up to discuss what boundaries are being proposed.
Can we go back one? I'm
Of
sorry.
course.
So we're talking about the process for establishing a historic district. You're talking about what was already done? Or
So
what we
this
have to
is
do for
now,
sure?
today, what the process is.
But I thought that I'm confused because I thought you said that we already have the historic district already defined.
Yes, so-
in ordinances.
Yes, we do have historic districts, but I was asked to talk about what the process is if we want to establish a new historic district.
If we want to add.
Yeah.
So
if
you
wanna
have a
add on.
national and a state. You don't have a local. What you have is zoning that recognizes the national and state historic status and provides regulation on it. You could, and it was the recommendation of, it's been the recommendation of several groups, that we do go through the process of establishing a local historic district.
Why would we create a local historic district if we already have the protections through existing ordinances, existing already established districts?
Because we haven't been applying those ordinances. And, I mean, that's the thought. Like, from a staff perspective, it's like, okay, well, what are we doing? And what is our purpose? And if you go through, so the state and federal process happen to us. If you go through a local process, you get local input, right? And so the local input would allow you to then establish, okay, what are the rules and regs that we're going to fall under? And you can accomplish this a couple different ways. I want Selena to kind of address this. There's a couple different ways to accomplish it, but one way would be to do the district. But you're asking why are we doing it? Why are we even going over this? That's why. Is so that if in connection with the UDO, this was something that you wanted to consider, I wanted you to know what the process was.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that we have a regulation, an ordinance, sorry, with established districts that have properties inside of them, but we don't have the rules that need to be applied to this.
No.
They are under the purview of the HLC, and I'm just trying to find the.
No, we do have rules, but we aren't following those rules. And so that begs the question, why do we have the rules? And if we wanted to revisit why we have the rules, then maybe that would be the time to establish a district.
But if we have the rules, we have to follow the rules today until we change the rules.
Well, that's a legal question that we will ask when she's almost done. We're so close. There's like 3 slides?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Sorry to interrupt, this just.
No,
this is
no,
something that's
it's a
very
lot.
new and
Yeah.
scary, and.
I
It's
know.
your birthday.
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Right, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so public meeting to go over the boundaries. And then after the public meeting, phase 2 begins, which is the longest phase, because every property and structure within the proposed boundary needs to be analyzed. The HPO determines the characteristics of the buildings, historical culture, or architectural significance. I provide field surveys, photographs, pretty much gather any information on each building to determine if it meets those two of those criteria that I went over. And then once the analysis is complete, I create a designation report. The purpose of the report is to review the findings, but also to justify the boundaries, because it might be where we had this huge boundary that was proposed, but only half of it met the 2 of the criterias in that list there.
So every property has to meet 2 of those criteria?
It has to be grouped together too, because it can't be like
It has to be the same
zigzag.
two,
Mm-hmm, yes.
They're called contributing or non-contributing, and you have to have a certain percentage within a specified area that is contributing. And if you have too much that's non-contributing, then the zone stops usually. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
That's
sir.
been my experience.
Okay. All right. And then,
The zones, I'm sorry, one more.
no, it's okay.
The zones don't necessarily need to be contiguous.
No.
So if there's a pocket that these properties just don't fall within that, then those would potentially be omitted, and then you would go to the places grouped together that have the same 2 designations.
So,
It would basically establish a separate district, right?
Right, right,
Yeah, so it's not
mhm.
that they would be, the zones do need to be contiguous for a district. You have to be, the district will be a boundary, and it's like that puzzle challenge where you can't lift the pencil, right? That's that district, but then you can go make you can make a separate district, and it will encompass other properties.
right, and it will probably meet 2 different criterias that it's grouped together. So maybe some properties.
1950s.
Right.
Or in 1890s. So you might have an older part of town, and that's one district, and that's the older version of houses that are there. And then you might have a group, let's say that someone says, I really love these new 1950 style buildings, and we want to see those, and that becomes a separate district.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. All right. But the goal of this phase is to have a more clear understanding and justification on those proposed boundaries. The 3rd phase consists of ordinance writing and reviews between the HLC and HPO. Once a consensus on code language is met, the HLC will recommend approval of the historic district. It then goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission for approval, and if approved there, it goes to City Council for adoption. If all property owners consent, which that's not the case, but if all properties consent to the proposed boundaries, then a simple majority of the City Council is required in order for designation to take effect. But if the owners of at least 20% of an area nominated for designation as a historic district protest, the affirmative vote of at least 3/4 of all members of City Council is required in order for the designation to take effect.
This is the process we have not been through.
That's the 80%.
So when people say, we don't have a district, we never voted a district, you're right. You're right. Partially. Because you don't have a district that you did not vote in, but you do have 2 districts that you didn't vote in, and that would be the state and the federal district designations.
Which they do all the places.
Yeah,
all over
right,
the place.
yeah, it's not just happening, it's happening all over the place. But that's the reason, like, yeah, no, we do have a district with rules, but it wasn't voted in because the district already existed and the rules were set in place.
Right.
utilizing those boundaries that were established by those
Is that a
districts.
local district, a city district?
Well, okay, the rules are
We have
local.
federal, we have state. Are you saying that we have a city district?
The
that's
rule.
Never been voted in?
No. What I'm saying is, the rules for regulating the districts are local. Those are local code that the council established in 2017. They adopted it. They're applicable to districts that were not established by the city. So they used, I'm trying to use another analogy that would make it, because I'm telling you,
Well, I
I
think-
had to have this conversation
Pretty clear.
8
So,
times.
what you're saying is that we have a local ordinance that gives, tell me if I'm right on this. There is a local ordinance that is established that recognizes the state and federal districts as a part of our zoning and puts regulations to those. We didn't set, what she's talking about is taking that and saying, instead of applying it to the state and federal, we can go through and say, these portions are not applicable to this, these portions are not applicable to this, and we can create our own zone instead of what the current ordinance does, it sounds like, is that the current ordinance follows the existing zones. So if it's going to be fine-tuned forecastable specifically, then we would have to establish a separate zone by going through the public process.
The city council in 2017 didn't have the guidance, the 80-20 guidance.
You'll only need the
Then-
guidance, not for the ordinance, but for the district. I believe that's what I heard.
Yes.
How could they create a district if they didn't have the guidance?
Districts
already
were
exist.
created by the federal government and by the state government based on these criteria.
Yeah, I understand that part,
Then
but
the
the
city
city,
council in 2017 said, in this state designated area, you shall follow these rules. That's what city council passed back
but
in 2017.
you just read the ordinance that says you gotta have
That's to
80%.
establish the district.
That's if you
The
create
district
new
was
ones.
already, if you create a local district.
So they created the district without any guidance from the citizens.
The state has that authority to do that.
So does the federal government.
And so the federal government.
The other thing that would happen is that when you would designate a historic, because now we have different windows of historical value. We have pioneer structures, we have turn-of-the-century structures, we have 1930s and 40s and 50s. And some of those areas would be filled with 1950s bungalows, and there would be a different set of rules for those bungalows than there would be for pioneer homes.
Sounds like a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, yes.
So, we have guidelines. We can get into what those guidelines say. I think that's a very long meeting. I don't want to do that. I wouldn't recommend it. But what we were, now you kind of understand where the hiccup was, because as staff, we're being told several different things, and we know what the intent was. We know that there are 400, Phil King has told me several times, and he's not the only one to know this, right? But 400 people showed up when they tried to establish a district. And so we know a district wasn't established. We know. It didn't go to the vote. It didn't happen. And yet, on some level, it kind of did, because there's these rules that were put in place that have not been applied the way they should have been. Every HLC has far greater purview than staff was led to believe, than I think council understood. So now that we all are on the same page, we understand, no, HLC has purview over that. Can you bring up the orange map? That orange area, the yellow area that she highlighted. Now, there's a couple of properties we'll look at to make sure that this is accurate, but we believe that's exactly what that code. It doesn't mean that that's all the historic properties. I just want to be clear. What that means is that the way our code is written, these are the properties that it would apply to. You can argue why, well, how about, it doesn't matter. This is what it would apply to, this, as we understand the code. We will verify that. But,
There should be the same zone as that map up there.
so, we have a bunch of regulations, and my understanding is we don't really want HLC to do this. So what we need to know from council is we're not seeking a decision tonight, but direction on how you want to resolve this, right? Now, part of this is in that UDO process. I know for a fact, in talking to Matt, he does not recommend trying to go through a historic district and establish one while you're doing a UDO and everything else. It muddies the water, people get very
Emotional.
emotional, and it can really torpedo what is an otherwise, a valuable effort to try and establish good code for the rest of the city. It's kind of its own animal and needs to be treated separately in some respect, the preservation of historic properties. And that I'm speaking for Matt on that, but that's my take, understanding that kind of what he shared with me about a month ago. So, if we aren't, what direction does council want to go?
Before you go there, I just want to verify with our city attorney, is the things that I just posited as my understanding of that, is there any of that you disagree with?
There are a couple of things that I do disagree with.
Okay, and how do we review those?
It really is just a matter of getting in there and reading the regulations, or what was purported to be regulations, and reading the actual language that's put in there. So it is taking that section of the existing CZO and saying, what did we actually say versus what was our intent? So I will give you, for instance, there are many areas within the HLC guidelines that are listed as guidelines and recommendations. And I can tell you that guidelines and recommendations are not the same thing as regulations. So we need to consider, so that's the kind of directive that city staff is looking for here tonight, is what do we want to do? Do we really want to establish some firmer set of true regulations to regulate historic properties and those properties that might be in the historic district? Or are we going to continue to rely on the fact and hope that property owners say, ooh, I think I am in the historic district, or this is a historic property, and, just on my own free will, I'm going to follow these recommendations and guidelines.
Okay, Councilman King?
I think the way, the ordinance says now is that the HLC will look at these issues that come up and use the guidelines to help them make that decision. But it leaves the decisions to the HLC, and they say you can look at these guidelines to help you make that decision.
True, true.
But it
But
applies
I will
to that
also
whole
tell
area.
you that there is language in there that is ambiguous at best, and there is a very strong argument that says it eviscerates the authority of the HLC.
I guess
So
what we-
those things need to be reconciled.
Well, like where we sit here today, we can't really tell city, at least I don't think we can tell city staff, well, just ignore all this stuff. Even though it was passed,
we need to have
just
legal
ignore it.
options. That's what I'm saying. So you're right. We need to provide you need to tell us what your staff desires are. Number one, do you see this as HLC as having purview over that entire area? Do you think that's appropriate? Right? Because that's the way it's written. Or, as we've been told, is that the HLC should have purview over the 96 properties that are in the 69 survey. And that's the way it kind of been applied.
But what we apply it for, we have to follow the law. My way
So
is we
you
have to
have,
follow the
but you
law.
are the council, and the law got put in place by a council, so you can undo an ordinance by an ordinance. But we just need direction on what your desire is. If your desire is, no, this is appropriate, that's appropriate, but to Cynthia's point, if it is appropriate, great, except, guess what? In that
Change the
same
ordinance.
language, and this language probably needs cleaning up even if it's the 96 properties, there's stuff in those regulations that basically say, here's what we recommend you do, here's what we suggest you do, here's the guidelines that you need to follow, and in order, you don't get a certificate of appropriateness unless you follow these guidelines. But these items are only suggestions. Okay, well, but if they're only suggestions.
So why don't we do this? Can we, I'm going to just, this is just taking a long time. I think that probably the best idea is to understand, I don't think that we should give direction right now. I don't like the idea of changing ordinances before we understand what they mean. So I think that if we look at what are the regulations, what are the limitations that would happen with the district that's already been in place, with the ordinances that we have in place, with the powers and responsibilities of the HLC, what are the actual limitations that they would have enforcement ability over before we start? Because if they have the enforcement ability to ensure that they only use historic trash cans, then I think that we can leave it where it is. If they have the authority to tell somebody you can't put on that kind of window, that becomes a bigger issue. So
Wasn't there some question about whether they can I mean, that's the whole thing you were saying about eviscerating their authority, right?
Right. We just need to figure out is, you know, just from a general stance is, do we want this, the HLC to have a regulatory function over these properties?
But what you're saying is that they already do, we just don't know exactly what
Well,
they're.
they haven't been, we haven't been applying it that way.
But we'd have to withdraw, we have to change the ordinance to not do
You
that.
probably have to change the ordinance anyway, because it's very poorly written.
If the two 2017 ordinances that were passed 6 years ago have been ignored essentially by the city for 6 years, is there any implication there in Texas law about the validity of those laws? Does something kick in automatically when you ignore a law?
It's apples and oranges, two different things legally. You know, whether cities follow ordinances or not doesn't affect the actual validity of the ordinance itself.
There's no expiration date.
Because we're making a mistake yet, you don't,
Right.
it doesn't
Yeah, the
wipe it out.
ordinance, you know, so long as the ordinance was lawfully adopted and it's been on the books for the requisite period of time, yeah, the ordinance is what the ordinance is. It's just a matter of making sure that everybody gets on the same page is, what is it we want out of all of this? Do we want a more regulatory view of the existing ordinances, or do we want to make it more of a recommendation?
But we
In other
don't-
words, how much teeth and how much not teeth do you want the staff to be using?
But we don't know what the ordinance actually says. I think that we need to know what the ordinance actually, like the combination of the ordinances and the authority and all of the rules that are in place, what's the implication of those? Like, what do they actually have approval or denial authority over? If we don't know that, I don't think we can make a decision.
Well, I guess, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but what we're saying is, yeah, but you're the person in the driver's seat. So you tell me how you want, first question, you don't even understand what the rules are that would be applied, is how big of an area should they apply them to? I guess, but because there's a significant amount of regulation. Just make that assumption, because there is. Should that significant amount of regulation be applied to that broader area?
Actually, let me touch on Brianna. Brianna had a question.
Yeah, I think the clarification that, for me, myself, to come out of this meeting, is that these applications, I get multiple of these, so in multiple of these areas, so I do need to know some kind of clarification on who I'm bringing to HLC and who I'm not, because I don't want something to happen, and now that y'all had this public meeting, people are like, no, you shouldn't have bringing them to HLC because that's on ordinance, but you're not going to just because you don't have any direction. So I think that's probably my biggest clarification here, because I do have at least one application that I know could be up in the air right now.
Okay. And I'm going to ask our city attorney, is it all right because she's on HLC as well? Is there an issue with me?
So what I will say is that it is not a rule that we've been following, but generally speaking, if we want anyone else to comment, then we actually need to take a vote of the council saying, are we going to open this up to, additional public comment?
Well, I would like to hear what the chairman of the Historic Landmark Commission has to say.
Y'all can have a consensus if you want to, yeah.
Okay. Do we have consensus? Do we want to hear from?
You've got an offer in a second, so.
I offer a second.
We need a vote or we need consensus?
Well, we went motion and.
Motion to second? Okay. All in favor of hearing from Priscilla?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, Priscilla, please.
I've heard a couple people say that.
Will you step up here?
Come on up, Priscilla.
And I'm just gonna ask kind of a question and another question. In the discussion, there's been a couple of comments that we're not applying our guidelines and the rules that we have. Even, I got the idea that y'all were saying we aren't applying it to the 96 structures.
No, that's not.
But we are.
No, that's not
It's
the case.
just, yeah, it's just the infill and stuff like that.
We're talking about this district right here. not
I'm
the
talking
Nexus.
about the 96 structures, not this whole district.
I don't think there's any
Thought I
question about
heard
I don't think
something.
anybody said that, so. okay.
If you thought I said that or we said that, that was a
Okay,
misunderstanding.
we do apply it.
Oh, yeah.
That's
to
correct.
96 structures.
Yeah.
Because we've understood that's the way they're supposed to be applied. So yes,
For right now.
there's no accusation that you're not doing
The
that.
the 90s.
So that's what I
Okay.
was kind
Don't get your hair up, we're good.
It is the 96 properties and structures.
Yeah,
not
now there is a
96
separate,
96 properties, exactly, not just an individual structure.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna pause this.
Anything else that's going to come onto the property, we look
I
at.
have to let you know about something else, though.
Okay.
There's another shoe to drop, and that is, the 96 properties that we have, we've been researching to make sure that the list is accurate, and we believe that that the list that we've been going off of, that was created by prior staff, is inaccurate. And it's pretty easy, actually, it's not easy, but like, if you go line by line of the old survey and the properties and list them, there are some properties that are on kind of the staff list, if you will, that probably shouldn't be on there. And there are some properties that were on the survey that are not on that list. And it's not a lot, but there's probably a half a dozen or so corrections that need to be made to that list. So that's a whole separate issue that staff will inform you of, like, okay, here's what we found, but we didn't want to go through all the effort and even have that discussion until we know, why does it matter, right? What are we actually trying to regulate? So I hear what you're saying. We could put pause on this and try to get some direction on what we need to bring back to council, but to Brianna's point is, like, we do need some direction pretty soon, and the codes are out there. It's difficult for us to summarize the codes beyond what they are. I think we do have a legal opinion from our attorney about the applicability of the code, and some of the, maybe what we get from Bryce potentially is where there's three things we can identify. One, where there's kind of weakness in the code, where it looks like it was deliberately watered down. So where it says, it should say guideline or rule or whatever, it says suggestion, right? So that's pretty easy. Just search suggestion in that part of the code, and you can find where those are and look for those terms. We can do that. We can also show where they're the eviscerated kind of language, where it looks like in the document itself or in the ordinance itself, it goes to this effort to say, here's all the rules, and then it kind of says, but you don't really have to follow it. And then the third part we need to, I think, understand as policymakers, you all, and we do as staff, is what is if this is a regulatory body that is supposed to have some teeth to it, then we really need to understand what the appeal process is, and you all need to understand in the law what it means when someone does not get a certificate of appropriateness. What does that mean? Does that mean they can still do what they want, but it's just inappropriate? Or does it mean that they can't get a building permit? You know, so we need that pretty well defined for you, so that you understand what the consequences are of the policy. Those consequences already exist. The good news is you can't do anything about it, like state law and et cetera is already there. But we can spell that out for you.
So there is an appeal process written in the code. If someone goes to someone living in this district.
I'm not suggesting we go through that tonight, Selena.
Okay, it was just.
I think we need to go into that. So what wasn't clear in the agenda item is what direction you need.
I wanted to
think
know,
that would've
does it
been
apply to
helpful.
this, or does it apply, that's what I was trying to tell you. I just need to know, from the code that we have today, not trying to get into what that code says, should that code be applied to this large district, or should it be only applied to 96 properties? Because we've always been told as staff it only applies to 96 properties.
What do the ordinances say?
It says it applies to this.
Okay. Well then, I think.
Are you?
I'm asking what it actually says.
Okay, yeah. That's
Like,
what
I
it
really,
says.
literally
It
want
took
to know.
me, I was gonna say, it took me like 4 times to figure it out, but yes, that what it says is it applies to that.
I think we need to enforce the law.
I don't know how we can tell you not to enforce the law. I mean,
Well, here, okay.
I mean, I don't know how you can say that.
Well, the
it's okay.
challenge is
Hold on.
how it's going to look for you all, because, and I'm just saying, like, you have a property you developed on Lisbon that falls in that yellow category. You didn't follow any of this. And you were
Agreed.
right. And I know you didn't know that. Nobody did that. Like, it's been a process, but that's one of my concerns is there's going out of the woodwork, there's from all these people. That should have been followed by this person, and that person, and the other person, and there's nothing we can do about that. But the other thing is the intent of when it was adopted. I think it's clear from talking to the people who were on the council and who were involved in that decision process, because of the pushback from the public at the time, the intent was that these regulations were only going to apply to 96 properties, and it just hasn't been, there's a difference between the intent and what was written. That's my perception.
Do we know when in 2017 that ordinance was passed? Was it before or after May?
I don't know, do you know the date?
That's when he came on, that's why I wanted to know.
He's looking.
We can look it up.
he's looking.
Well, because at some point we had a design review board, and the reason why we dissolved that board, and then they took on the criteria. Yes, and that was why they were looking at all of it.
Can you click on the link?
I'm trying to look it up.
While you're looking at that, Kurt, did you have, I want to start a discussion, and let's go, we're going to go in reverse order this time.
No, no, no.
I just don't see how we make the leap from what I've heard for 25 years is that HLC only controls the 96 properties.
Even if that's what our law says.
And when I
That's-
was chairman, during that,
That's the way the city's operated for the last 25 years that I know of, that I've been here. And I heard it over and over again. And I'm questioning whether those laws followed, they didn't never have an election. So if there was never an election by the citizens, are those laws really valid?
Are those laws really valid?
They are.
If they were done illegally,
we don't have an election every time we pass
Okay,
an
so-
ordinance.
They weren't established in the
Right,
district.
again, because recall that the city can create its own quote historic district, and then there are those things, those districts that were created by, state and federal law. All right, and so simply because there wasn't an election doesn't necessarily mean that those regulations were not adopted appropriately. Because what it sounds like, is, and again, when we initially were asked to do some analysis on this, it was for a particular application, and then that's when we blew everybody's mind in coming back to this, because it was like, we're not seeing the same thing y'all are seeing. And again, it's because we were looking at it from two different lenses.
we're gonna need a much bigger building for public hearings.
Yeah.
2016.
Well, I recommended that we move it upstairs, but.
When,
Well, it's staff 004,
So it says it was passed and approved on the 29th day of November 2016.
Okay. That is a link to the historic design guidelines.
Yes.
The city adopted them as guidelines. And they were very vague and they were very suggestive and, we recommend this and we did, I did serve on that committee and wrote the draft. In fact, my name appears inside the cover.
So I'm going to go back to the original flow, if that's all right?
Yeah.
Just to keep it moving. Councilman Mercer?
Sure. So it seems clear that our laws currently stated applies to all 441. That's what we're hearing.
the whole yellow.
Not if that's what
Sorry,
we're
the
basing
yellow
it on.
area, that it applies to the orange area, yes. The historic zones in our zoning ordinance.
Well,
I don't know that we necessarily need to debate that point. I think it's been made. I think what we're being asked is, how long do we intend to leave it over that entire zoned area, regardless of the age or value of the property on each lot? I would be inclined to revisit that question sooner rather than later, because if we haven't been enforcing it like that, there's a lot of people who will, as we've experienced recently, get quite possibly very alarmed and energetic. I'm not the king of the world, so I won't say what I would do right now if it was just me. But I also think, I don't know, like, if we are rewriting our zoning ordinance, right now, where this applies is based on zoning, or at least is defined as coterminous with these two zones. If these two zones don't end up as distinct zones, because Simple City is aiming to make the zones everywhere look like the zones there, what happens to this authority once those zones don't exist? Once it's referencing a map, did we just copy and paste the map and say ignore everything but the pink and the blue?
Well, we do still have areas. The areas may change. So it's not like we're removing all of these areas. Again,
Yes,
most of
well,
this
I'm-
is updating, but
Yeah,
I
I'm
get your
just-
point.
Like, if the zone lines are different in the next one, I think it would be very reasonable to be revisiting the way this ordinance is structured sometime after the UDO anyway.
I think that we actually have to do that during the UDO, because as we combine and like we bring all of the things into an actual unified ordinance, the ordinance that was the 2017 ordinance established according to this is where it is. So we will have to revisit this, absolutely. I think that what they're asking for is, what do we do? Because we've got a year before we can do that. We've got probably a couple of months before we would even want to consider going and doing public hearings on something like this. So I think their question is, what do they do right now? If somebody knew, I think there's no question, if somebody's already begun the process and has already submitted and they've already been approved, I don't think that we can pull that back. But if anybody new applies for this, do we want to say, we're going to do a more, like, until we go through and we redo this, you have to go through this process, this is the law. Do we want to do that? Or do we want to say, just ignore it until we get it done? Because we have that option as well.
I would be tempted to say we all go home, we do our homework, and in February, we debate an amendment to those ordinances on whether it should apply specifically to the 96.
It's got to be done through a public process, though. I mean, for us just to make that, because you have,
I mean, how public was the process last time? This is an open meeting.
Right. But for us to change it, so it got changed the way that it got changed. And what we're realizing is that the way that they changed it, it didn't go through a public process, but it is in effect. So if we're going to go back and change it again, if we just go back and forth based on the current will of the current council, then we're not doing the public any good. You have a whole set of people that are very concerned with historic preservation, and a whole set of people that are not concerned at all, and some that say, screw it and tear everything down. I mean, you've got the gambit of all of them. So to represent everybody, to change something like this, you should go through a public process, which is probably what they should have done when they implemented the original.
Have an election. Ask the citizens.
Yeah.
See if you get 80% of the citizens to agree.
Right.
Because I don't think you will.
So I think,
You're going to get
again,
80% of those people.
we'll have to figure out what that process going forward looks like. But I think if I understand you correctly, what staff is asking for is, what do we do until we do something about it? Is that
Well, I
what
can
you're asking?
posit, to your point about 80%, like, there's nothing, the local district that you establish could be of any size or area, it would be appropriate. So
But you're not asking for us to establish
I know
a district
that,
right
I know
now,
that,
right?
but.
So what are you asking for
Yeah,
right now?
Right
for this
now
meeting?
right now is the applicability of the code. Do we apply it to the 96 properties? And the reason I'm asking that question is because we can work with Selena and Cynthia to say, okay, based on the direction we heard the other night, what changes will we need to make to the ordinances to make that change applicable, right? And then at the same time, we do some of those other evaluations that I alluded to, where we show you.
I think what you're asking is, do we want to follow the ordinance as it's written? Or do we want to follow the ordinance the way that we have been following the
Correct.
ordinance?
Right.
That's the question. I'm trying to get down to what.
Yeah, is
what-
it 96 properties? Should it apply to that, or should it apply to that?
And this is not,
Then I would say that if I'm having to pick now, without reviewing them in detail, I would say that we should try to continue enforcing them as we have been and as we understood them.
even with some of the outcry, if you look at where that happened most recently, the biggest outcry where people are saying you need to protect what's going on with the, well, I guess it is.
The biggest outcry was they need to protect these historic areas. I mean, that was the whole thing. These people in this room saying it was the size of the lots and it was historic areas. You need to protect the historic areas. That's what those people that night told us.
Yeah, but what's historic? Is it 1950s?
Are we allowed to I mean, after we go through this conversation, are we allowed to take a vote to get consensus? We don't have a decision on the agenda.
So this is all just, giving staff direction. Do you want us to just bring back more information, for y'all to help you make that decision? So this is the one piece of legal that I can give, is that whatever is actually written, the actual ordinance is what needs to be enforced.
Thank you, that's what I'm
Until
saying.
superseded.
Until,
You know,
until,
You know, and so if there are little changes in here that we can, you know, just tweak up and make some of those smaller changes to get to where y'all want to be, you know, then we can put that through that process, because, you know, I would suggest to you that, you know, waiting, you know, 18 months for a UDO to be completed is likely too late.
So what you're recommending legally is that we go with what the ordinance actually says, which is this map right here, under the purview of the HLC with the powers that they have. That's your recommendation?
Right, and in actual, you know, and there's no other way to do that other than staff to sit down and read through it line by line to see what it actually says, not what the ordinance says.
Okay.
At least until such time as council may choose to edit what the ordinance currently says.
Exactly, and that's the idea, is that if we want this to be.
That we go with what the ordinance actually says right
That was
now?
the first thing I said, is we should do what it says and then come back soon and debate what we think it should say.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna keep on going down the line. Phil?
yeah, I don't see any other way to do that, other than what you just said. One of the problems, though, is we're putting Brianna with all these permits that's coming her way. So part of that, though, the historic preservation officer can make some of those rules based on, if it's not a requirement, it's a suggestion, then we could be a little flexible in that area, and hopefully move these through so it's not a big issue until it does. If someone comes in and wants to put a stainless steel house somewhere, then no, you can't do it because it's in the historic district until we change the rules.
Well,
I'm talking about in the infill lots, not the 96 lots.
Selena, can you speak to that aspect of it? Okay, so
Well,
if you
let's, I want to go through kind of the,
okay.
I mean, the details of this, what the rules say, that's not, I don't think that's what we're trying to, the direction that we're trying
Well,
to go.
I just want to correct what Phil just said, though, because I don't think it's going to be that easy.
It's what?
I don't think it's going to be that easy. I don't think
know
we're
how
going
else
to
we
work
can
with
do it.
people, and maybe, there is some very real, either you get a certificate of appropriateness or you don't. And.
But what does the ordinance say? Right now,
Well, the ordinance says you must do these things in order to get a certificate of appropriateness. If you don't do it, you're not going to
Can't get a
So
bill
what we're talking about right now is, do we follow the ordinance? I think that's the direction that you want, and that's the direction that I'm going, is trying to understand, do we follow our city attorney's recommendation, that we follow the ordinance as it's written, or do we say we're only going to follow a portion of that ordinance? Right? And then we'll go back to the rest and find the rest of the details.
Because part of that is the people who, I know, I've had people tell me they're emphatic that we are doing this wrong and we should have been doing this right since 2017, and they're a little upset that we're not protecting these properties that we should be protecting. And some of those are attorneys, so historic preservation attorneys. So we could get ourselves in hot water by just simply turning a blind eye and say, hey, let's just ignore this. So, so yeah, it's a hot topic both ways, but like David says, to make this decision tonight, we need input, we need to know where we're going, but we're not creating a new ordinance. What we're doing is we're repealing an ordinance. When we make that action, is we're actually going to repeal an ordinance that was made in 2016. And
Which is not happening tonight.
which is not happening tonight, but again, we need to be very careful, because there's also advantages to being in a historic district. Like, you can, you know, we as council try to say, well, how do you control the aesthetic appeal? You can't do that through P&Z. Through zoning ordinance, the state won't let you do it, but they will let you do that in a historic
I
district.
apologize.
So, go on.
I'm actually going to pull this in just a little bit, and we're not talking about the details of what is being regulated.
Right.
We're really just talking about,
I'm finished.
it's about, do we follow the existing ordinance? Really, it's cut and
Well,
dry.
and what do we bring back as staff? So it's not just.
Right. Let's start with one, and then we'll move on to the next, okay? All right.
Our purpose, the reason for government is to protect our citizens and to protect their investments. And one of the ways we do that is set guidelines. And those guidelines are in the CZO for infill properties. They're in the CZO for areas around the infill, or around historic properties. And those guidelines are not onerous. They do not damage the future builder. They might not get what they think they want, but they will get something that will be a greater contribution to their community as a whole. And so my opinion is that if the ordinance says that those rules apply to the historic district as it is recorded then we have to apply it until we change the rule. And that doesn't mean that everybody has to build something that looks Alsatian. Then that doesn't mean that somebody who's doing a renovation to a 1950s house has to change it to look Alsatian. It means that they have to preserve the character of the structure as it was built. So if you're building in a block that has all bungalows, you can build a bungalow. And I think that's where this ordinance and where our design guidelines sent us. There's a section in there about infill and about, appropriate placement and scaling of buildings. And so there's all kinds of good things in that ordinance that will contribute to the city of Castroville as a whole.
So again, getting back to,
If somebody comes in with an application for a building in that zone, it has to go through HLC.
according to the existing ordinance? Okay. Right.
And I agree with Paul. Anywhere you go, you have to follow the existing rule or law until it is superseded or amended.
Or you get a variance.
Or you get a variance. It's very clear, no matter where you go in the world. So I believe we follow the current ordinance until we amend it or supersede it. It's very clear. And any area that the federal or state has deemed historic, whether it be 96 or 400 or whatever, then that's where the amendment or the superseded ordinance needs to be put in there of what it's going to apply to.
Well, that includes areas significantly outside of that orange area.
Right, but I'm saying in that, whatever we amend or supersede, we need to clarify that in that ordinance. That way there's no gray area, because these ordinances have so much gray area, it's awful. And that's where the confusion comes from. So I mean, but yeah, and what I would recommend to staff is, okay, we go by what we have, but start the process, work together. Priscilla, you, Brianna, work with the attorney and start going through and drafting up, whether it be an amendment or a superseded ordinance. Because the sooner we get on this, the sooner we can get everything done.
But draft it out. Hold on. Okay.
But
I'm going to get us to a point of decision, and I think I know what that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right.
But that's
Decisions
just
are.
my
Okay.
opinion.
Sorry, keep going.
That's all.
Okay, so let's, right now, limit our conversation to take the attorney's recommendation or make a modification of that. Let's keep the conversation to that, and then we'll move on to the next step. Is that right? Okay, did you have something to say on that?
Clarify the attorney's
Well, I have one
recommendation.
more question about the boundaries.
Okay, but I think that, let's get into that after. So for right now, do we follow, and I'll do it just by a show of hands. Everybody that believes that we should follow the ordinance as the attorney recommended until we can revisit this, and we'll talk about that next, about what that looks like. Just by a show of hands, who thinks that that is the way that we should go? Okay.
That looked iffy over there, David.
We don't really, I don't know that we have a choice.
You do have a choice. But I really don't want to deal with this year, This is one of these really hot, loaded topics, and I think we got enough of this stuff. But the fact is, we're dealing with hard issues.
We didn't make the ordinance.
We didn't make the ordinance.
The ordinance was made 2017.
And this is the reason that we're going through the UDO process, because the ordinances are messed up, okay? So, do we follow the ordinance as they stand, or do we? Okay, so the first question, we have consensus that we will follow the ordinance as it stands. The second question, I think, is what, and I'm going to clarify with Scott. I think the second question is, the next step that you want from us would be to, how do we move on to the next step? I think that is discussing, the way that I would approach it would be to understand exactly what those limitations are, so we can express that publicly and say, okay, so this is the understanding of what the law is, what are the parameters inside of that, these are the things that are going to be under consideration, and how do we move from this point? Because even right now, we say enforce the ordinance, But to Paul's point, well, what does that ordinance say? If you're in this area that doesn't have, and we don't have any we only have one Alsatian building in Castroville, and that's the one from Alsatian, Walmart. But if it is not the pioneer vernacular, if it is the 50s bungalow vernacular, then what rules apply? I think until we understand what those limitations are and what they cover, I think that's the next step, is to go through and understand exactly what those limitations are, what are the boundaries, so that staff knows, okay, these are the things that are under purview, and these are the guidelines that are going to approach it. And I think that that's going to have to be with our HPO's guidance.
Well, I might suggest that rather than just investigate exactly what those current boundaries are, maybe have a discussion about what they should be.
Not the boundaries, we're talking about the actual rules. So we're saying consensus was we follow the rules, but we don't know what the rules are.
Well, the rules are, but you
The
should.
rules are vague.
They're great.
Well, hold on. I don't want to throw them completely on the bus. The rules are actually very, very well worded. There's repair guidelines and new construction guidelines, and the guidelines are actually really, really clear. Where it becomes gray and fuzzy and where it becomes an issue is the legality of and the appeal process and that kind of stuff, right? For enforcement. Because the guidelines are there. I mean, I don't,
But
it's a beautiful
the
document.
legal, again, the historic building guidelines are guidelines, but to our attorney's point, these are guidelines, they are not rules. So what are the actual rules, not the guidelines?
No, I'm talking about the guidelines that were, no, what I'm saying, it's called guidelines, I apologize. The historic, the actual document is called, I'm halfway down it, but it's guidelines in the title, so that's what I'm referring to. And in that, there are rules for, here's what a roof will be, and here's what and the issue is like incidents of shall versus suggest.
Should.
And what we recommend you do versus what you will do. And that is definitely in there. There's places where, especially in the repair sections, there's a lot of recommendations, not a ton of hard and fast rules. So what I need to do is, I need to find a way to summarize this document, because what I don't want you to do is make the same mistake I think that may have been made, which is fully understanding the consequences of applying the code. So you've said we're going to follow the law. Great. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. We're going to follow the law. But what are the consequences of following that law and applying it in a way that it's never been applied in the city?
Right.
That's what I need to help y'all understand, and that's why I was concerned. Like that's why I'm a little concerned is that we're jumping off the cliff. The cliff was already there, but now we're jumping off of it, and I want to make sure that you know what you're jumping into. And so we need to find a way to summarize that. And I think there's a couple of different ways to summarize it. One is kind of what I said before is we'll go through the document and illustrate where it says suggestions and where it says these are rules. And then we'll also talk about the enforceability of it, and we'll walk through what the appeal process is and what the ramifications are for someone who doesn't receive a certificate of appropriateness and that kind of thing.
We need a workshop on this.
I know.
We really do.
No, I agree.
Right.
Like I said, this is not something I want
Yeah,
to deal with
yeah.
this year with the UDO. It's good to have it during this process of the UDO. I just don't want another.
That document's about that thick, I suggest everybody.
135 pages,
Yeah, it's a very good document, read it.
And this really will fall on Priscilla and her commission to look at the project and see if it falls within the parameters of the design guidelines, and then determine whether or not by a majority vote they get a certificate of appropriateness.
It does, but also remember, a lot of this by ordinance falls on the officer. And then.
She'll be there.
I'll be there.
So a lot of this will go through the HO.
We've just got to make it really
We
clear.
need to nail that down for y'all.
If you think about it like this is basically a moratorium on anything that doesn't fit within the ordinance in this area that is included in the area, the ordinance. It's a moratorium on doing anything different. It's not a hard, fast, like, we have to address this. But consider it a one-year moratorium on anything that falls outside of appropriateness. And we just need to figure out what that appropriateness is.
Not a year.
Well, it's as quickly as we can get it
Yeah,
fixed.
quickly
you
as
know?
we get it fixed.
Right.
Yeah, because I can just see the number of properties. I think there are 24 infill properties in the historic district. if I remember right.
Yeah, but you have to understand that you're not just putting those guidelines and regulations on just those additional properties. Anytime there's a modification to those
Same thing.
homes, anytime there's an accessory structure added on those properties, anytime there's a fence being put in, all of those things are also regulated within those guidelines.
Yeah. But again, we weren't the one who made the ordinance, and we can't.
So I think what we will do for the time being is as we have cases brought forward, we do have workshops at some point, but as we have cases brought forward, what we'll probably do is just educate you on how the applicability of this ordinance. And you'll see it in real time because your HLC board liaison, council's liaison is going to be at the meetings where HLC is going to be explaining the same thing. And they'll start seeing these cases, and then we'll see kind of in real time how this is going to play out. But okay.
And again, not everything.
Okay.
Not everything comes before the HLC.
Not,
Councilmember
there's
Mercer.
certain things that Selena has certain regulating authority over, so not every single thing, but there's a lot.
Yeah.
Be a lot.
Councilman Mercer
Yeah,
still had a question.
just a small question. Is the HLC's authority bound to the boundaries of that district when the HLC was formed or when the 2016 law was passed? Or the current boundaries of that zone at whatever point in time something's being evaluated? So like, could someone escape HLC review by requesting a zoning change to single-family residential instead of historic if they don't have a historic property?
That is a really good question.
I don't necessarily expect an answer on that right now, but I think that's something we should have in a more thorough review of this.
So what you're saying is if within that district, you're a non-contributing property.
And
So you're not-
which of course is not defined right now.
Well, no, it is, but it is under, I mean, non-contributing and contributing would be relative to the time period when that district was established. And there were criteria utilized that said this is district and this is why. If you go to the front of the design guidelines, they actually tell you how many properties there are of each type.
Okay. But yes, I guess sort of the basic, probably extremely complicated question is, could someone request a zoning change and then kind of be out of HLC purview into the future? What process would that involve if it's possible at all?
You have to go through a zone shooting process, which still goes through planning and zoning, and then goes to all for approval. I can tell you that you can't spot zone. So, yeah, so you couldn't put like a little yellow dot inside of that right there, inside of the gray area, because you can't spot zone. So
Like
it
a-
has to be so kind of
Like a block on the edge could choose to
Yeah,
get
they could,
together
yes.
and request out.
Yeah, well, each property owner would have to.
So there are 10 styles of homes that were identified.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a hot mess.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Sorry, Brianna.
All right.
Yeah. I know it's a lot more
Sorry
work
for
for you
selling.
and it's a lot more
Well,
headache for us.
What the real goal tonight was to get us all on the same page. So hopefully we now are there, and that actually is a big milestone, just so that we all understand. Here's the applicability of the ordinance that exists and why we're saying what we're saying. So,
Yeah,
all right.
all right.
You're gonna have a lot of work.
I know. I'm ready, though.
Thank you very much.
I'm so glad you're on board because Jeannie
Thanks.
Cooper resigned as our historical conservation officer, I think it was 2016. So we haven't had one during that time and obviously needed the guidance.
Thanks for having me. I nerd out on this stuff, so
All right,
throw it at me.
Yeah,
Thank you,
That was a great
guys.
presentation.
Thank you.
Can we make the actual presentation available to council so that we can click on links and such?
It's in the council.
It's in our
We have a
package.
PDF without.
Oh, okay.
But there was actually,
the package.
there was
There
text,
were-
text we didn't see yet.
Yeah, there were hyperlinks in the actual PowerPoint that aren't available in the PDF.
Yeah, I sent it to Brianna.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get it to you.
Yeah, let's just get it up on the,
Hey, Brianna, are you planning to show this to the HLC?
Yes, Selena's gonna be doing the same presentation and then also the outcome of the project inspection. Yeah.
oh gosh.
I think I'm going to join you for that meeting.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Next item is presentation by K-Freeze engineers and discussion on drainage report on Athens, Algiers area.
Thank you for sitting there
Thank you
through
for-
all of
yeah.
that. So,
Oh, I'm excited. I get to talk about something simple like statistics and engineering analysis.
There are going to be winners and losers tonight. When it came to presentations, we couldn't do them all at once, and so I did feel a little bad for whoever had to go last, so I'm really sorry.
that's all right. I went to Commissioners Court this week, and they didn't put me on the agenda at all.
Oh, goodness.
You showing up and Scott forgot to put you on the
Yeah,
agenda.
I did on the agenda.
So the mayor's busted his time when he's supposed to get out of here, so.
I busted my time. I'm in
Let's
trouble.
go.
You all man do something.
Does anybody need to take a quick recess while he's getting set up?
Let's get this done.
Yeah. I'm using I can use either.
Shot of screech.
If you're using, yeah, there you go. Yeah,
Lit
yeah.
up this time.
Well, but this has to be plugged in.
To,
So this is an HDMI, this is just powering it, that's all it's doing. So you should be able to do this and get the power in that, and then you hit that.
thank you.
So they're taking a recess again.
Okay.
But
We'll just stop any
Yeah.
politically charged
I
curveballs.
was not, I came into the middle of that development process.
Just one agenda without it, right?
Yeah,
Don't worry.
that was,
Jeff Gardner, my mayor at the time, was on the
is this a C?
Yes.
I'm just gonna use this one. 'Cause I don't, it didn't like that.
appointed by proximity. You can't, yep. 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 Oh, yeah. I understand that.
Or step on it. And then it blows
Been
up.
there a couple times.
There we go. Okay. And you can go to presentation.
You didn't hear that. I was in 2016, I was 15, I forget when, no, it was earlier than that. I was
Oops.
down at the Downtown Baptist Hospital admitting my dad. Missed the Historic Landmark Commission meeting because I wasn't there, because I was downtown admitting my dad. And my phone rings, and it's the chairman of the commission who says, hey, Paul, I thought we ought to call you, we're about to have a vote. So what's that? I says, well, we've nominated you for chairman. Congratulations, you're chairman of the HLC. Well, thank you. What happens when you don't show up?
Sorry about that. I figured it might take me a second.
Oh, I've been to
Just got up here finally.
I gotta figure out where I was in 2000.
I didn't order pizza or anything, I was so certain.
November of 16. I was
Yeah, I had already.
president of TSPS. I had just been replaced in October, so. And I had, that January, February, I had several people calling me to put my name on the ballot for this seat, including a county judge and a couple former mayors and.
Now, was Tim Kelly calling you, asking you to get on
I think Tim Kelly was one of those 5 or 6 people. Yeah.
And what month, what year was that?
That was the first, January, February of 2017.
So that means Tim Kelly was mayor.
And you and I served 1 year together, and then you opted out. So you were both here in 2017.
Because Jesse said he wanted to run, and I said, well, if you're running, I don't need to run.
Jesse sat there for 2 terms.
No, he just one term. And then nobody came up again, so they asked me.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good, thank you.
You good? Okay.
Do we run, when
Maybe we should have had cake.
Night.
yeah, I
Our election year is 2018. Ours, we're.
You can't take it. We can all fall in the little boxes, you know, and have the little
carried them around?
No, this was the 1 pound bag.
You told me, your
I went shopping with Dinah.
don't worry about it.
And I told her she could pick one thing, so she swapped up several times.
They say the same thing your expert told you, that either way is permissible. One probably more
She
likely
ate
that either way
twice.
is permissible.
And left the remaining 15 ounces.
Now you asked me to take some, so I'll
Sorry about it, we're back.
but that's what you could have
Let's
asked.
get this done.
Name's looking at my mouth.
All right, we're going to wrap it up. We're going to start back up here. I'm going to gavel you.
Good night.
Night,
You
Philip.
ready, Deborah? Okay, we're gonna reconvene at 8:48.
Actually, what time?
8:48. All right, now we can.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mike O'Neill. I'm here representing K. Freeze and Associates, here to present the results of the drainage analysis. What we have called the Algiers Street improvements, but also includes portions of Athens Street and Constantinople Street. Going over to the study area, obviously you see Athens, Algiers, and Constantinople. One note, north is slightly to the left in this image. It just fit a little bit better this way. Yes. A little bit of information about the site. So first thing we do, obviously, with any drainage analysis is make an estimate about how much rain falls in an area and where it falls, and then once it falls, where that tends to run off. So even though the study area is bounded by Lafayette, Gantiles, Constantinople, and Athens, when I get to the drainage area map, you'll see that we also had to include some offsite areas so that we're making sure to incorporate runoff from areas that are outside of it. Important background, and I will say as a note, I have a little bit of a longer presentation prepared, but if there's no objection, then I'll skip right to the point in most cases. And if you saw something that you liked or had questions about, feel free to interrupt, ask questions. I'm happy for this to be a conversation, more so than a presentation.
I want to clarify, the presentation and the report are both in the packet.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah. So obviously the issue was brought to us because there was concerns about flooding, concerns about standing water in the area, concerns about potential damage to properties and homes. So we were tasked with looking at Algiers predominantly, and when we get into some of the history of the area, on this slide we talk about some of these streets that have been previously studied. Back in 2002, there was a comprehensive drainage plan update that included a suggestion or recommendation for storm sewer in this area. More recently, 2018, K. Freeze did an analysis of Athens Street specifically, which when I go back to the drainage area map, you'll see definitely receives the most rainfall runoff. The results of that were to propose an 8x4 concrete box culvert, which is a storm pipe, to convey all that runoff. Again, the drainage master plan touches on portions of Constantinople that, portions of Constantinople that recommended regrading parts of the bar ditch that was on the east side of Constantinople, as well as storm sewer in the area. And then Lafayette more recently looked at drainage on the east-west road of Lafayette and recommended that in order to improve drainage on Lafayette, downstream improvements would be needed on Algiers. So going back to this drainage area map, and I'm not sure if y'all have seen, pardon me if I walk around. If y'all seen something like this, this is the preliminary analysis that we took for the process of estimating how much rainfall falls on a certain area. If I can point here, are you able to see? No. So on the top, we've got the study area, and then on the bottom, we've got basically the same thing, but zoomed out. And the idea is that this area that's identified as, I think it's K, no, N, is also part of the offsite contributing area that eventually will produce runoff on Athens Street. Now, that's part of the reason why.
That's the part to the west of it's the church and the west of the church.
Absolutely.
Up on the hill.
Yeah. And then at the bottom here is a summary table of our flow estimates. Without getting into a whole lot of detail on what the numbers say specifically, I do want to just introduce some terminology. There's Q2, Q5, Q10, and Q25. Q is just a term that we use to represent flow. It's typically in cubic feet per second. A cubic foot is 7.5 gallons. So the idea behind this table would be Q2 for area M is 190 cubic feet per second. Q25 is 339 cubic feet per second. And what the 2 and the 25 denote are return frequencies or return periods. And it's basically representing a statistical concept. The idea being that the 2-year storm has an average recurrence frequency of 2 years. 10-year storm has a 10-year. More accurately, that's described as the 2-year storm has a 50% chance of occurring in any given year. The 10-year storm has a 10% chance of occurring in any given year, down to the 25-year storm having a 4% chance of occurring in any given year. Now, there's some variation based on that. Obviously, no rainfall is the same in terms of how it's distributed or how much falls. So when we're talking about things like a 4% probability, that could be something as like 3 inches in an hour, or it could be something like 11 inches in 24 hours, just depending on what that probability is estimated to be. And of course, that's all pulled from historical data for the Texas region. And that's all to say that this is the estimate of flow that goes to these streets. Previously, Athens was studied and recommended a quite large box culvert system, and the most recent one was the most recent study was asking to analyze the benefit or the potential benefit of open drainage systems such as a bar ditch and then accompanying culverts at cross streets. So what we looked at, and this is a summary of, this is a two-dimensional analysis of the previous study, which sort of this is actually a result from the 2018 study that sort of indicates sort of how widespread some of these flows are. And without getting into too much detail on this one, qualitatively what we can see is that flows are generally spread out along the entire study area, and you see that they are concentrated. There are concentrations on Athens, Algiers, and Constantinople. So first thing we look at when we are looking at a bar ditch is, what do we put in there, and how deep does the ditch need to be, and then what does that design look like? Looking at City of Castroville's drainage criteria, we've got a minimum allowable pipe size of 18 inches. We've got a maximum steepest slope that's allowed is 3:1 for a bar ditch, and that was really the starting point for the analysis. The result of that is essentially that you need to have a ditch that's 2 to 3 feet deep adjacent to the roadways, so that when you cross those streets, you can have an 18-inch pipe under the roadway and still get enough cover that your road doesn't fall apart. That implies, or that then necessitates, that you have 12 to 18 feet wide at the top of the ditch, when you account for the fact that the slopes are 3 foot horizontal to every 1 foot rise.
Your screen is messing up. If you don't mind, if you'll unplug that and plug it back in, just let it reset. You can keep talking while it's.
No, that's intentional.
It's not. It doesn't. It's on. It only happens really on that small one, but you don't do that for a while. The screen just gets tired. You may have to.
It shows that I'm still in it. Okay. All right, can we see? So the intent of this slide is to show that when we're looking at a bar ditch system, just how far and what the impacts are to that area. So if we were putting a ditch on each side of the roadway, and this example is looking at Algiers. The first run of this analysis did focus on Algiers just because Athens had previously been studied. What we see is that if we start from the roadway, we go down 2 to 3 feet as needed to make sure that we're tying one intersection to the next, and then we come back until we meet adjacent grade. We start running into a lot of conflicts, and I'll look at reality looking at so we can all point together. Things like rock walls, things like signs, telephone poles that are all not in the right of way, but would be in conflict with this proposed drainage. And so we see that there is a lot of conflict in there, and then everywhere that there's a driveway, we're talking about having to take it out, put in a new pipe there, and constructing a new driveway over that. And that's fine, to know what it is that we're getting into.
And that's actually the purpose of the study. So the desire was let's look at bar ditches. Can't we just look at bar ditches? Bar ditches are easy, they're simple, no problem.
Except for driving
And our
service.
engineer said, well, we've done a cursory study, and there's a lot of, like, you have some gas lines and some water lines and some telecom lines, and you've got mailboxes, and so we said, okay, well, what would it take to get a scope and really understand this project if we were to do bar ditches? And so that's part, there's two purposes to the plan and the study. So that's one purpose, and you're hitting on it right now.
Yeah, so that's, and that's to say that, the first goal is to say, what does it do if we're trying to put in this bar ditch, and what is it gonna require? And the short answer is that we're gonna have to take out a lot of driveways, we're gonna have to take a lot of fencing, some of the older stone walls that are along Algier Street as well. And then the next question that follows on is, okay, so is it worth it? What do we get for that, right? And when we look at all of these cross pipes and the analysis, and I'm going to boil this down quite a bit, but when we look at what these cross pipes provide, we see that we generally get about 7 cubic feet per second in a given pipe, and that's that you have one on each side of the road. So when we look at cross streets, we're talking about, this is obviously a stretch cross section, but those ovals there would represent the 18-inch pipe. You get about 7 cubic feet per second through each of those. So to put that into context, when we're looking at Algier to Athens Street, there is a 2-year storm. Remember, that's the storm that occurs, that has a 50% chance of occurring in any given year. On average, would occur every 2 years. That is the lowest design storm in the design manual. The recommended design storm is the 25-year. But even at the lowest, you still get 277 cubic feet per second on Athens Street. So putting in a pipe, even one on either side of the road, if you're getting 5 to 10 cubic feet per second of capacity out of that, you're still in a situation where, you've created these ditches and you're still not preventing the road from being inundated in these, even the lowest of design and analysis storms. Now, I give Algier as an example. Obviously, that's the most extreme. Going to Athens Street, in the 2-year storm, we get about 36 cubic feet per second. So it's a little bit of an improvement. So we wanted to take the analysis a little bit further and say, what does that mean in terms of impact over the roadway? We looked at the existing condition without bar ditches as it stands today. We're about 8.8 inches deep over the crown, over the center or middle of that road. Because the culverts are the limiting factor, once you look at flow over those intersections, you're only getting a reduction of 2.5 inches or so at that intersection. You do see some improvements between culverts, but basically every driveway and every cross street, you would see the same flow over those roadways, even in the smaller design zones. We said, well, this isn't something that I want to come before you and recommend taking these things out, the impact that it would be just for the minor benefit of 7 CFS. So we really wanted to look at, say, what can we do that is not as intensive as an 8-foot by 5-foot box culvert, but still provides some benefit. And so we went back to what some of the other complaints were and some of the concerns were, which is that we've got nuisance drainage and standing water that follows after a rainfall event, things that pond up around intersections. And then I want to go back to one of these pictures I believe we have up here.
Flowing water picture.
Yeah.
Was it the one with the houses?
Yeah.
I don't remember pictures.
Yeah,
there's
one of
Here.
drain water.
Here. And so what this picture indicates is this is on Algier Street, is that the edge of pavement, wherever the edge of pavement meets the grass slope, you immediately have a slope up. The low point is right there at the edge of the pavement. That's where water's going to flow, and that's where water's going to pool. And that becomes a maintenance issue over time. Not something that we can address if we're not looking at the road to provide a conveyance solution. I think that even if we look at bar ditches, put those in, I wouldn't come here and tell you that is a conveyance solution, right? Because you're still going to have an issue of flow depth in the street, even at the lower design storm. But we can address the issue of flowing along the edge of pavement. We can pull it away and so that it follows the grass line. It's going to help to preserve some of the edge of that pavement from unraveling over time. And then we can also look at intersections where flow wants to cross the crown of the street and pull up. So that's where we came to the idea, or came to the recommendation, trying to make sort of the design or the recommendation match the constraints or match the problems. And so if the constraint is at those intersections, we really want to focus our solution at those intersections, and we wanted to go to a valley gutter solution. A valley gutter is basically just a wider and shallower ditch, to the extent that you would be able to drive over it if it was paved. So that's what we're
So an example of a valley gutter is the one that's over just on the west side of the new country village, where we did kind of a speed control valley gutter, because that was what council had envisioned before I ever got here, and that's what we made sure that the developer put in.
It's like an inverted speed bump.
It is very effective.
That's all I think about.
Yeah.
And moving water.
Right, and so, in addition to the valley gutter for a drainage solution, we would also recommend the addition of stop signs just to help supplement sort of that stop condition and make sure that we're not, having someone go over something like that at speed.
Because this would be a little more drastic, my understanding is that even, yeah.
Yeah, it's something on the order of 20, 25 feet long, and then maybe, 4 to 6 inches deep, right? Which doesn't sound a whole lot here, but then when you're driving over it and then your suspension system drives over it, you're going to want to be coming to a complete stop. But the benefit then is that you do get some additional conveyance and you do eliminate some of those standing water issues.
I was very disappointed when they fixed the road outside of our house, because it used to go all the way across, and people, when they went over about 25 miles an hour, would leave the bumpers.
So, going back to, this valley gutter option, this cross-section that you see here, the depth that's shown there is 6 inches as compared to the 2 to 3 feet that would be proposed for a bar ditch. Obviously, we're providing much less conveyance area, but we're providing it in an area where it's more effective. And so the result is that we don't get quite 2.5 inches of reduction. You get a little over 1 inch of reduction in depth, which you see here in this cross-section. We go from 8.8 to 7.7 as opposed to the other design, which would have brought it down to about 6.3. Again, we still have flow in the road, so we're not proposing this as a conveyance solution, but it's something that does address the issue of standing water nuisance pond and maintenance-related issues.
But this would not be paired with bar ditches.
No, this would be in lieu of, or
Right.
instead of.
I just want to make that clear. So they kind of looked at two options. One was bar ditches. You're going to interrupt, you're going to hit untold number of utilities, move mailboxes, redo driveways at a great expense.
And street intersections.
And you're going to impact the most common rain event by 2 inches. So the 8 inches over the water will go to, 8 inches over the road will go to 6 inches over the road. So very minimal impact. And we knew, I mean, the engineers tried to tell me, Scott, this is not going to make any difference. I said, but people want to see us do something. And so that was kind of the consensus. We need to look at doing something and what is doable. And we've heard bar ditches, and now what you hear the engineer saying is, yes, but if you really want to do something, then what we're recommending, we're not trying to tell you it's going to solve your flooding issues. It won't. And we're not trying to tell you it's going to be a solution for conveyance. It won't. But if you had to do one or the other, we believe this is the better path, because there's less, you're going to have less homeowner issues and concerns, frankly, and deal with you're going to have less of those headaches. And really and truly, it's going to add just about the same amount of conveyance as you would if you'd gone to all that other effort. Have I summarized that okay?
Yes, and I guess the one thing I would add on is that, when I look at this area, when I look at this study, I think I would concur with some of the previous analyses that, the ultimate sort of, I guess, the solution that you propose, or the solution that you would end up deciding on, depends on, what kind of performance you want to get out of it, right? And of course, I want to solve every problem, and I want to solve it to the maximum extent. And so, I would look at the previous recommendation on Athens Street of the large box culvert and say, well, that gets all of the flow out of your roadway.
What does that cost?
The cost of the
box culvert, it's okay if you don't.
I don't know offhand.
It was about $3 million.
I was going to say it was in the order of $2.5 to $3 million. Now, that only solved Algiers Street, but the scope is different as well, because that solves, in the 2-year was 277 CFS, whereas Algiers Street is for like 36 CFS in the 2 years. So the scale is much better for the other streets. I wouldn't say Algiers was, or Athens was 2.5 million and the other two are going to be 2.5 million, but that was the scope that was recommended at the time. And so I wanted to provide something that was sort of, because the storm sewer solution had been already explored, because there was a request to explore the open drainage solution, we wanted to look at something that was going to provide some improvement without having the long-term impact and would still allow you to pursue maybe something more permanent in the future. Again, so I'm here on the summary page, the cost estimate page. For Algiers, Athens, and Constantinople, when we're looking at the grading area that would be proposed, and I believe we have an exhibit of that as well. So the gray area here in terms of just what's being regraded, much less need, doesn't impact outside of the right-of-way. You will have to repay some of the roadways, obviously, to get that dip in there, that reverse speed bump. But the estimate preliminarily is around $800,000 for that. So our recommendation would be to pursue that option if you're not looking at something more permanent or something in the storm sewer solution.
Your design fee would be about 10% of that.
Generally,
They work on it. We already, they're our city engineers, so.
Well, but they still are going to charge us for that.
I understand, but I'm just saying, they're already under contractual rates.
Yeah, no, yeah.
But yeah, 10 to 14% is the going rate.
So 600 to 900,000.
Just letting you know, it's more closer to 14%. And I'm not picking on K-Free. I'm not picking on K-Freeze or Lochner. That's across the board.
That's fine.
like
So I'm just looking at so I'm looking at $650 to $1 million.
Right. To get
2 inches.
really minimal impact. I want to be real clear about that. But on the flip side, it's doing something. I think one of the big issues is, do we just wait until we have $20 million to solve the problem? I'm looking up. I've got your stormwater management plan that was drafted. I was trying to find it because it had project cost estimating on page 13. Or no, it had a list of projects and costs, and $3 million sounds too low to me, from my recollection. What? Yeah, that's going down one street. And Athens is one of the bigger challenges.
It was the sixth option, and it was $12 million.
Yeah, it's 12 million. And what I had proposed, which was a more radical approach, is if you're going to spend $12 million, make a linear park and buy all the houses. I'm not joking.
You're right.
Like $12 million, like back to David's. David has sent me some questions at 8 a.m. this morning that I didn't get a chance to read until about 6 p.m. tonight during our meeting. I was trying to read what you had, but one of the questions was, hey, if we're gonna, I don't remember what the analogy was, but
yes, it's relative to the gas line.
That's right, the gas line.
Later.
Yeah.
If at 7,000 a house for a customer, at what point do we just pay them to get electrical appliances?
And it's an interesting thought exercise, but really and truly, like, what are they using that gas for? And what would it cost for them to replace the use of that gas? And would it be worthwhile to start a program where you just replace people's appliances and you go, you know what, you're not using gas anymore because it's so expensive to replace all those lines. And I think that's a valid thought exercise that it's kind of like the same thing we're talking about. Like if you get caught in a loop doing this thing and then you forget the whole purpose was to make it more efficient and now you're less efficient, then what have you really done? So anyway, back to this. I think from a drainage perspective, one of the things that we really and truly need to think about long-term for that area is what is a viable solution that doesn't cost $20 million. And I think there may be other more radical solutions like we're going to have to buy and bulldoze houses and make this a drainage area, a linear park with a drainage area down the middle or something. But back to this, so did you have any other points? Because I appreciate your clarification of my comments. I didn't want there is more that can be done. One of the issues is that, I keep throwing it back to you then not, but one of the issues is we don't have any money for drainage. Sort of. Like we have a drainage fee we've been assessing of $5 per customer per month. And that was used to pay off the debt that is now paid off, and it was paid off in 2023. It was fully paid off. So now we have generally in a debt service account, you'll over-collect. You'll have a little bit of money there because that's part of the bond covenant you make. And so we have that bond covenant money there. So it's about $150,000, if I remember correctly, that's there right now. And we're collecting about $150,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken. I'll run those numbers. But bottom line, if we go and borrow without changing our fee, we could borrow somewhere between about $1.5 million to $2.2 million. So we can do about that much project and pay for it over an extended period of time if we want to do it. $800,000 is that you could finance a couple different ways, right? But that's why I've been looking for projects, and one of the things I've said as far as drainage is concerned, the advice I've provided you is before we go looking at Athens, like in my mind, one of the things you should do is, are looking in that area, I would suggest do something like this, smaller scale. It's not going to address all the flooding issues, but at least you'll be doing something. And then go and issue debt to fix the improvements that were made in 2020, because those are closer to that bond amount that we could go and borrow and do. And then you're preserving those improvements that were made 20 years ago that are right now on the precipice of failing. And that's what I would. That's how I would spend the money if I was king for a day.
What's your current flow?
Current flow.
Without any improvements?
Current flow without any improvements. So the flow is the same regardless of what the improvements are.
Well, I mean, you're saying you're going to get 7 CFS, 6 CFS through there on either side.
Yeah, so if you were to put in a pipe, the pipe itself would convey about 7 CFS of that flow.
The other alternative was just doing this, the D ditch, and I realized it being kind of simple here. So what was that conveying?
So looking at the sort of the section of the combined structure in its totality, I guess when I say that each pipe gets you about 7 CFS, that's as part of the road pipe ditch network. When you look at the valley gutter system, the road pipe ditch network isn't split into a pipe. So the combination of the cross section or the roadway and ditch itself carries the total of 36 CFS on Algiers to a depth of 7.7 inches. But I haven't broken that out into which portion of that is on the street or which portion of that is in the crossing. What is it conveying now? I mean, it's the same flow.
And what, 7 inches, 8 inches, 9 inches?
The current condition would be, we have it at 8.8 for Algiers Street.
So we're 8.8 inches.
You're at 8.8 over the center of the road.
Over the center of the road.
Right. If you were to select an option for bar ditches and culverts, then you could get that down to about 6.3. And if you went with valley gutters, you get to about 7.7. That is as evaluated at the 2-year storm, which is our lowest one. So if we're talking about something,
Every storm that comes through there,
the gap gets much smaller when you get up to the higher frequency storms. So at the 25, you might be going from 12 to 11.7 or something like that.
So it's a quarter of an inch for $1 million.
They call it drop in the bucket.
Yeah, literally.
So we knew that, I just want to know, I don't want to feel like you were in hoodlums. We knew the news was going to be great. I appreciate Capri's doing the work because, again, they looked at me and go, you really want to do this? And you all authorized them. We took to you, we talked about this, but we really do want to do this in part because we don't know what we don't know. It's kind of like the earlier question. You're like, how do you regulate, how do you establish policy if you don't know how many? Well, how big of an issue is it going to be if we were to replace every mailbox and every driveway? And then what would be the benefit from it? We know it's not, we know it's marginal, but how much is that benefit? And that took a study, and they did the study, and now we have the data.
Mike, can you go back to the aerial model that had the blue zones on it? I wanted to look at something on that. I noticed that at the southeast end of that, which is actually, it's southeast end, that some of those zones get shallower. In other words, they're deeper, especially on, just went away. It's purple. I think it's Algiers Street, where it's very deep there at the intersection, kind of in the middle of the mountain. And then it gets shallower as it moves toward the river. And I was wondering if we have, do we have a change of grade there that levels off so that we're actually pooling behind it?
So This was from the 2018 study. I wasn't involved in it. My interpretation of this, and based on the study that we've done now, the topography on the current, and that is Algiers Street, is that right there between Lisbon and Gentiles, we have that picture that I showed where the roadway is right at the bottom of the embankment, right at the bottom of the slope. So what I think that this is reflecting is the fact that all of that flow from the west and east is getting funneled into Algiers Street
That's
there.
exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then it doesn't seem to cross Gentile Street.
Your screen
It
seems
gets
to slow
shallower
stuff.
as it gets to Gentile Street.
It doesn't do that. It's not doing that to me.
Yeah, that's the,
It's making sure that we're awake.
just unplug and replug.
Yes,
It's Dominique.
But I was just saying, it looks like the water depth gets shallower at Gentile Street, so it seems like there's a pond, there's a pool there that, yeah.
Well, it's also the fact, again, it's flowing from east and west into that spot,
Right.
and it's coming down.
And I realize that water surfaces aren't perfectly level either, so as it's moving, it's going downhill. So, okay.
We've got a bunch of these pictures in the stormwater management plan. There's,
Yeah.
they did, I forget what it's called.
Okay. I just wanted to, observe that and get an opinion on it.
Yeah, and one of the details you can look at here is that the lowest depth there actually starts at 3 inches of depth. So there are areas that are, may be inundated by less than 3 inches that just wouldn't show up in this analysis, right? And so it may be a situation where once we get past Lisbon Street, that has more ability to spread out that way.
Look, you know where the linear park needs to go.
I think that whole block right there.
I mean, we've got, it's a 40-foot right-of-way.
Yeah.
We don't need to buy the houses.
We're joking. Yeah, we should be, it's just so frustrating.
It is, it's very frustrating. It's a very flat area, and that's just hard to drain.
Well, yeah, it's almost like people built between a hill and a river,
Well,
and then they put their house in a bowl.
Yeah,
It's like-
I have a neighbor who built his home, and right after he finished building his home, one of his neighbors drove by and said, "Hey, you built your house in a frog pond." And he says, "I wish you told me that before I started."
Right.
But, he had to go through great lengths to figure out ways to get rid of the water, because he's in a low spot. And that's what those 6 blocks are in, is they're in a low spot.
And everything from the north side of the town is flowing to the south side.
Well, you got 100 acres of drainage.
Well, not
going off
everything.
the hill.
It does turn like about midway.
Yeah, so
I think it's Mexico Street.
what you see here is where these lines terminate, sort of on the north end, and roughly follows I-90 or US 90. Is generally the break between what flows south and what flows north.
It's about 100 acres contributing to the flow coming to the catchment.
Yep.
Okay.
Is there
so-
any way to divert, and I'm grasping at straws here, is there any way to divert or retain, like, you talked tongue in cheek about a linear park, but there are infill lots that potentially we could leverage for retention ponds?
We've looked at that, though. That's the detention, what you're talking about is detention on the London lots?
4 lots on
There's-
London Street.
You have to
Well,
build such a large, you have to build, if you look at that flow going down there, how fast does that flow go on? And that's so.
Yeah, essentially, detention doesn't, it's a great question. So we did look at detention as part of this project. We really focused on London lots, but it was the same answer whether you use those in conjunction with other lots that might be available. You really don't take, it looks like it's a lot of water. Like you think, oh my gosh, you're gonna take all this water off the system.
But it's flowing,
But yeah, it's flowing.
a foot deep,
And that's
it's
what
a foot deep.
Michael had to convince the non-engineer in the room going, okay, so he's like, no, you really, Scott, it doesn't, you're taking this much out, but there's this much water there. And it's like, I can't get the ratios, but it was
Well,
20.
the detention pond, I believe the detention pond was part of the 2018 study.
Yeah.
The detention pond is better at turning 300 CFS into 250 CFS. But it's not as good at turning 300 CFS into 25
Right.
or 30. Right. You could make one that does that, but you would be talking about in that case.
Now you're a linear
Since
park.
it's in a linear pond.
Yeah, linear park. The real issue, what it was, again, non-engineer, what you kept saying is, no, you just have to get water. It's conveyance. You have to get water from point A to point B. And stopping it anywhere in between really isn't going to do a lot.
Ultimately, you want it to soak into
That's
the
the
ground.
point.
And
Right.
the thing that concerns
And
me.
I know, we have talked about that. I think one of the things that could be, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
one of the things we talked about from a development standpoint, that I think is worth chasing down, I've challenged our engineers to look into, is as we look at detention areas in the city, and as we look at basically little park areas, looking at native grasses that go 18 feet deep, and I'm very intrigued by that. I talked to Respec about it. He happens to have, he has those two daughters that are coming out of college, and he's like, that sounds like a good project for them that they could just do, right? Just research that. But we're challenging our engineering partners that as we work with developers and as we look at city projects, can we look at natural solutions, not as a solution to the overall problem, but as mitigating efforts. And I absolutely think that's the case. We have lots of public land, you know, that when you look at all the acreage that we own, that if certain parts of that were cultivated into those grasses, you could see some net effect that might actually start to make a difference. One of the challenges that exists with that is maintenance. And like, it doesn't, you build it that way, it doesn't stay that way. There's a cost to maintaining it that way. So you have to go in and clean it out, and it's a pretty significant cost, because it's labor. You have to go in and maintain it. But, sorry, I cut you off in thought.
That's all right. No, like I said, I was grasping at straws anyway. The fact that I don't like the price tag doesn't mean that it's not real. And the thing that concerns me, honestly, if you put in a 4-foot by 8-foot culvert, you're moving the water really, really fast to the river. And so the people on the river, I never thought that it was that big of a deal, but I mean, that river expands really quickly. And what are we giving? I mean, there's only a few of us that are going to be downstream of that, but what happens when it gets to the cost? So how much of that are we conveying into the river? If we can move it really, really fast.
It's gonna get there.
End up at the river.
It's gonna get there.
Yeah,
We
but right
can't
now.
stop it from getting to the river
But
unless
if we
we
move
build
it,
a dam.
but if we
The
move it
slower it
faster.
gets there, the more of it goes in the ground instead.
Well, except, it's the first water that hits the ground seals up the ground. It doesn't, it's not like a drain that just keeps taking water. That first water that hits the soils seal it up to where everything else just flows over it. So
And
that it gets
we've
sucked
got
in.
mainly clay over in that area
Yeah.
anyway, so I know I've tried to dig into it.
Yeah.
So, okay.
We built, it's frustrating, we built a $6 million church in San Antonio on the north side. We spent $1 million because they handled storm workload. $1 million. So it's $5 million to build a church in the parking lot, but $1 million to handle
He moves the problem to the neighbor.
No.
Or you get it,
No, you better not, you better not.
So what do you need from us tonight?
Yeah, this was a presentation to you because the intent is to then have a presentation to the stakeholders. Because we wanted to have a stakeholder meeting with everybody over on that part of town. This is, I think, by Helen's account, it's like the 8th, such study that's been done. But what we do need to think about, and this is preparatory to the CIP discussion we're going to have. I've said before, the CIP is going to be really impacted by the source of funding, and we're going to look for grants to leverage. We've been looking at a lot of different FEMA and other grants. We did time things perfectly to be doing the stormwater management plan in conjunction with the state one, but there's been no money tied to the state effort yet. So we're still waiting for some kind of grant funding. But ultimately, we do have that drainage fee. We do have some limited capacity. So I'll be working with our engineers to put together some kind of plan for how we might address this. But ultimately, again, we had talked about having a public meeting. I didn't want to have that before we did this with council.
If I can say something. Basically, a 2-year storm, you're saving 2 inches. It's not the 2-inch storm, the 2-year storms that are flooding the houses when they
Right.
flood. It's the 20-year storm. And then you're talking about spending this $1 million and it's only going to affect it by a quarter of an inch.
Right.
It's not going to solve the problem. In my mind, we're just spending money. I would rather collect that money so we go out and get $20 million. And if it takes 5 years to get there,
then.
It'll take a lot longer.
Well, get a loan, but the more we get up, the bigger the loan can be.
And if grant money comes along, we can
Yeah.
match it and so on.
But you're talking about that much height of water on the storm that's gonna be flooding the.
No, I get it, but we knew that going in.
So
yes,
just going and
I get it.
spending money to tell people that we're spending money, I don't think that's the right way, in my opinion, to go.
So we have impact fees, right, for new construction?
Yes.
Can stormwater drainage, because every time we cover up.
You can have stormwater impact fees, yes. What we do right now is we require that they prove to us that they aren't having an impact. Right. So they have to build detention. Or they have to prove that they don't have an impact. So right now, what we don't have, and I did have some discussion about this as well, I can't remember who with, but like Church's Chicken or whatever, ostensibly their engineering shows they have no impact. It's kind of virtually impossible. Like there is no detention, it's a very small area, it's impervious cover, there's got to be some kind of impact. For those smaller, what we talked about, it may have been part of the UDO discussion, I think is what we had. We were talking about the need to incorporate stormwater controls into this UDO effort, and part of that would be figuring out at what point do we just say, you need to pay an impact fee, and at what point do we require detention? Because there are some projects that can do on-site detention. They're big enough, you can plan it right, et cetera. And then what does that on-site detention look like? Is it natural grasslands or is it something else? Where can you do all of that?
Well, of course, the one to look at is there a Circle K, something built a pond on the back side of it, so we drive back everything. That's a pond to take the stormwater. 100 year?
Concrete pond.
Concrete pond.
Yep.
And a skate park. Earthen pond is also just, you offset to the owner, you do maintenance on the earthen pond, or you build a concrete pond, less maintenance. So it's a decision, it's not a decision for them. But,
So your recommendation is that we go ahead and have a public meeting?
Yeah, we need to show them these results. I think that's what.
And let them shake their heads and go, oh,
Yeah. Well, I think, again, the context was people kept saying, you can do bar ditches, you can lower the roads, you can do these things. And we have studied it 9 times, but or however many times it's been. But I think we have
This is
enough
my first
data.
time.
This is, yes. An excellent presentation, by the way.
Thank you. What do you think about Foot? Because this is all we're talking about in your district as well. What is your opinion?
I think we should have the public meeting, and I think we should say to them, if we have a 25-year storm, you're still going to flood.
Right.
I mean, we need to be honest with them. We're not going to be able to solve that problem with this kind of a solution.
With bar ditches.
And maybe we need to look at long-term, how do we collect enough money to go borrow what we'll need to put in a real solution?
Yeah, but I just want to temper that when you say we're going to collect enough money then to go borrow, borrowing is based on ongoing revenues that you're going to establish a fee to then pay the debt service. So it was a $5 fee to pay $20 million, or however much it was, $10 million, I can't remember how much it was. I think it was $20 million, but $5 over 20 years per client, they calculated that and said, okay, that's how much money it produces to pay off that debt service. You're not going to be, the only way collecting a bunch of money would work is if you're going to borrow less money. If you're going to say, okay, we're going to collect $800,000 and we're going to use that as cash, and then we're going to continue to collect this other amount, and we're going to do a $1.6 million project. And then you could do that, but anyway.
maybe we also need to talk about doubling that. They established that $5 fee was what year?
20 years ago.
Well, there's rules to the fee, so we really shouldn't be collecting a fee unless it's, I need to look at like the legality of collecting that fee without having the debt service to justify the fee, which is why we're having this conversation now. Because
Well, except they did that back then.
they issued the debt and established the fee to pay the debt. We would need to issue debt and figure out what the fee needs to be to pay the debt.
Right.
And you calculate what it is before you go issue it. You have an idea, hey, it's going to go up from 5 to 750 or whatever it is. But you have to have a viable project first, and that's what I've been trying to do, is get to a viable project.
And this project's only going to get more.
This isn't a very viable project.
Well, I meant just-
Preserving the stuff along Garcia Creek, that's a viable project in my mind. That's several $1 million. If we were going to issue debt and do something, you do that, because otherwise the initial investment was wasted, because it's literally at a failure point. it's not sexy money, it's not fun money, because you're not doing anything new, but it's what needs to be done.
Okay.
If I could make a note here. At this meeting, we should make sure not just to have the people in the affected area, but also to encourage people from the contributing areas to come, because there are changes they could make on their properties that would also make a difference in the affected area. Not a ton, but potentially, if we're looking at quarters of millions of dollars to get this much of a difference anyway. The first
Tree
inch.
planting program along that corridor?
Well, like I've been building up the edges of my yard so that rain can't escape because I don't like watering it. The first inch of rain that falls on my yard doesn't go anywhere. Or you could put a rain barrel on. One rain barrel doesn't make a big difference. One cistern doesn't make a big difference. 100 people doing that does make a difference, especially if it's catching what would otherwise be running on impermeable cover. And then making those changes can mitigate in some way the need for the city to go out and spend millions of dollars we don't have right now.
Yeah, it depends on the size of the event. It doesn't take very long. Like, once you get to like a 10-year event, the things you're describing generally don't make it, like.
Yeah,
they become
it matters for the
negligible,
first
but-
inch,
But
right?
yes, it matters in a very small area.
People aren't getting flooded in those instances.
But that first inch, every inch you take off, every quarter inch you take off is making some number of storms not flood the road anymore. And it's how many storms you manage to not flood the road on, not necessarily whether when Katrina comes, we don't flood the road.
Okay.
That's all I have. Did you have any other final comments?
No, unless there's other questions, I'm happy to answer.
You've been tapped to do the public meeting. I've already received a couple of requests during this meeting that you need to be the one to present.
All right.
You did a really good job, yeah, thank you.
Go to Target and buy one of those t-shirts with the Target symbol on it.
Well, I don't want to throw your colleagues in the face because I like Abe and I like the group, but this is the best K-Freeze presentation you've had. It was really good.
Thank you.
Very thorough. I like the way you explain
Very
things.
concise.
It could have gone on.
Okay, so we'll figure out when we can do the public hearing.
Yeah, we just got to schedule it, and I'll get with you on when we can do that.
Okay.
It'll probably be later in January because we've got that mid-January UDO meeting.
Okay, let's make sure we keep Herb in the line, in the loop of that too. All right, great.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank
Y'all have a good
Thank you.
evening.
Have a Merry Christmas.
We'll
You
let you
too.
get home now.
We won't keep you till the Merry Christmas.
Oh, no, man. My time cuts off Saturday night.
All right, have a good night. Next item is discussion and directions to staff on amendments to the Chapter 14 Animal Ordinance related to new community cat grant partnership program.
It's on the agenda, but it's not for action. So this is not for action, Mayor and Council, but you do have proposed ordinance in front of you, proposed ordinance changes. And we need, so the reason it's not for action is the ordinance can only be changed with an ordinance. So what you're seeing are the changes. Here's the changes that we're recommending. And then if you agree with those changes, then actually Cynthia is going to help us draft the ordinance that would then enact those changes, because it needs to be section such and such, strike all this, section such and such, add following language. All of that needs to be worded and put in a form that you can adopt, and ideally that would happen in January, the January meeting.
Has anything that you told us at the previous meeting about the grant changed?
What's
Is
that?
it all, in other words?
No, nothing about the grant
changed.
change. We already applied for it.
Okay.
So the grant's there. This is about complying with the terms of the grant and state law, right?
So when you, in this thing where you went from shall to may,
I was just fixing to say, there are a couple of things here, I know what the intent of city staff was, so, what I'm going to say is, I will revise that, so we legally get where they were going with that.
yeah, because to me, that makes it arbitrary and, yeah, so you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's better to have it shall and forgive it than may and not be able to collect
Right,
it.
'cause, the intent is, there could be some
Mitigating.
extenuating circumstances, and that's okay, but, and I can write that in there so that we get there legitimate.
Yeah. Sounds good.
This is our codified ordinance, and so they just added or took away. This is our codified ordinance, it's in order to do it, it's not how it was.
So we just make a modification to the existing ordinance,
Correct. And
which
Ms.
is,
Cindy will fix that, and then we'll change it. When I send it over to the Unicode, they will incorporate it.
Okay, so we want to get this nailed down. Well, I had a question here on page 16 of 18. If sterilized, so basically if they're fixed, then you can keep up to 10 cats on a standard city lot. But this says if they're...
That's my dream.
Well, basically what the original one said was if they're securely confined, basically if they're indoor cats, you can have up to 10. But if they're outdoor
In
cats...
a building, as long as they're in shelter, in a building.
Doesn't have to be.
Well, what's the question? I'm
They
sorry.
live in
to
the
hear your
garage.
question.
Well, so having them securely confined within a structure means that they're not roaming.
Right, they are domesticated cats inside the house, right, inside the structure.
So why are we wanting to increase that on a standard size lot to 10 cats if they're sterilized?
you know, they don't have to be domestic, because you scratch that out.
I don't know.
Okay, well, let's just clarify that by next time.
I was also curious if that one was just, if that was required by the grant, or if that was just a suggestion.
I don't know. But so any questions like that you want clarification on, we will be prepared to clarify.
Okay, so we'll bring this back, then go through and ask your questions, send them to Scott in an email, and then we'll address this in
And
January.
it could be that if they're stray kitties, and the people are getting them, or they're coming up to eat, there's that number of kitties there.
Well, there's a whole different section for that.
Nursing
But they
kitties.
added
Yeah,
community
page
cats.
18 of 18.
They added a whole section for cats that don't live in anyone's house, but wander from house to house.
Last two paragraphs.
I had been approached by two people who have been feeding cats, either intentionally or unintentionally. They put out food, and they don't know who shows up. But they have also trapped and neutered some of those cats at their own expense.
Yes.
And wondered if there was anything the city could do to mitigate their expenses on that.
So we don't do that, but that's part of what the work that Kyle McVeigh and her group does.
I know.
And I don't know that she's the only one, but I know that she definitely
But
does.
there still is a cost to that.
There's a,
Yeah.
We've done,
Yeah. I said mitigate.
15 of them.
I didn't,
Yeah.
I didn't say that it becomes free,
I-
but they do offer some kind of
I
discount.
was just asked to ask.
Yeah.
Bring it up.
So are you asking that, should the city give them a grant to offset the cost of that?
of fixing.
Somehow or another.
Yeah, I don't know,
possibly.
honestly, that's another question for Devin or for whoever takes over the cat program, but I thought that part of that, grant, it's only $19,000, it's a very small grant, but part of that grant, I thought also helped pay for the neutering. It
Yeah, but
doesn't.
we have to still
yeah,
capture the
Yeah,
animal.
I don't think it reimburses people, but there is a way to do that through that grant.
And it's not individuals' cats, it's stray cats.
Right.
So basically, we trap them.
Right.
Fix them.
Right.
Okay. So
Well,
we'll bring that back.
She trapped him with a city trap. But
Tell them let the city pick up the trash.
Okay.
And deal with it, yeah.
If we get this grant, then the city will.
That's right.
Well,
I
she's
think
got
that's
a-
right, Phil.
She's got a soft heart. She keep, after they're neutered, she'll keep feeding them, so.
Well, the other thing is, I think that these, if they're community cats, once they're neutered, they become identified. They tag the ear.
They tag the ear.
Notch them.
That way, everybody knows this cat's already been.
Taken care of.
Yeah. Understood.
Yep.
All right, anything else?
Thank you.
You've been neutered?
Oh, my God.
That's still been neutered, I'm checking his ear. Sorry, we digress.
I didn't hear the comment, but my ears are both fully intact. Probably shouldn't be.
All right, next item is consider and take appropriate action on casting the allotted votes to elect a candidate to serve on the Board of Directors for the Medina County Appraisal District 2024-2025.
You
And
have the votes in the back of your packet.
We are dropping the bucket.
We have 98 votes, and at your last meeting, you authorized Cindy Malone
Malone.
as the candidate, so.
So we're voting on her again?
Well, if you, that was
First was
to
to
be
accept her
intended.
as, to nominate, she would be the nominee for us in the school district.
Okay.
And now she's on the ballot and we're voting, so the MVISD will vote, cast their votes, and we'll cast our votes. MVISD has
Approximately 30%.
a ton.
Yep.
Same as the county.
All right, so the motion I'm looking for is I move to cast the City of Castroville votes to Cynthia Malone as the city's representative to the Medina County Appraisal Board.
So moved.
All right, any discussion?
You seconded.
Oh.
King, second. Martinez made the motion.
She beats me by.
All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion
Gives
passes.
everybody one.
What?
Nothing special, just gives everybody one.
It's late.
Discussion, next item is discussion and appropriate action on ratifying the purchase of IT network hardware. Scott?
So there were two purchases we need to make, and this is the first of them. I talked to the mayor, and basically, you know, there's kind of like this, there's not kind of, but there is a emergency purchase authorization that I can do if I'm pressed to do it. We knew that, I don't want to think that this is unexpected, we knew we had hardware costs, so they are budgeted on some level. We knew when we signed the contract with VC3 was one of the most expensive options, but they felt like they were the most capable option. So we also knew that budget was going to increase and we're going to have to find money. One of the things that I evaluated that I didn't have pricing for when they did this service was what it would cost to buy that equipment versus lease it. They did give us a lease quote when we evaluated that, but we didn't budget for it when we approved the order. So, but we knew it was going to happen. HCS is leaving, and we leased a lot of equipment from them, and you know we're not going to lease from them. We've got to either get it replaced and lease under the new thing. So I did a comparative cost. You can see those cost comparisons. It was substantially more expensive if we were to go the lease route versus a purchase route over a 5-year period. That's the minimum amount of time that this equipment should be in service. And I emphasis on should, because anything could happen at any time, at any piece of equipment. But it should last at least 5 years. And when I talked to Troy about this option a year ago, before we ever went down the road of bringing on another provider, we were looking at purchase options back then for the same reason, because his contract was expiring on the equipment. And I said, well, we'll release it, because I knew there were some decisions that were going to be made. So we determined to release it, but when we looked at that purchase option, his comment to me was that 5 years is the business standard, but really and truly, you've got like 9-year-old devices in places, and they're still doing very, very well. So it really depends on how quickly this technology changes, et cetera. So anyway, so I'm looking for ratification. What ratification means on both these items is I've already signed it. I've already said we're going to buy it because we had to have it in place by December 31st, and I'm not even positive we're going to have it by then. I'm still working with VC3 to make sure that happens. Yeah, and that's the very latest as of today.
So you made an executive call, and you
Yep.
just want us to say.
I'm letting you know that I spent a bunch of your money on this thing.
This wasn't a surprise. I totally support what Scott's recommending. We knew this was going to have to be replaced.
Right. And it would typically come to us first, but we knew it was going to happen anyway, so we're just ratifying out to the fact. So the motion is, I move to authorize staff to purchase the network hardware as discussed for an amount not to exceed $45,000.
So moved.
Second.
You're too slow, Herb.
Herb, you want to second it?
I'll second it. I don't
All
care.
right.
Let Herb second it.
I got a motion by Councilman Carey, a second by Councilman Dyer. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item is a similar type situation. This is discussion and appropriate action on authorizing the gas line replacement project at a proposed cost not to exceed $76,000.
So for this one, this is our gas utility system. We are under the regulation of the Railroad Commission, as odd as that sounds, the RRC, the Railroad Commission is who regulates gas in the state of Texas. And after a couple of houses exploded up north, they started telling utilities, you need to replace your steel lines, and you need to do a certain percentage every year, and it's 10%. Well, this is part of my issue with kind of the sleep at the wheel operations that the city has been operating for a little while on the gas system. We delegated that to CPS, but then we didn't follow up to make sure that they're looking into our utility. And when we talk about later about the potential sale of the gas system, if that's something that the voters entertain, one of the things that we'll need to clarify is what is the liability, and that is a known quantity for us. We know that, so we don't have to replace 10% of our system, we have to replace 10% of the deficient system, which is that steel line. Well, by CPS estimates, which I don't know, frankly, I don't know if they're high, low, medium, I really don't know. I know that the material cost was $3,000 and the labor was $73,000, and that ratio seems a little bit off. And I asked for an explanation of those, and I just got a list of, well, they're going to do this, they're going to do this. Not a list, a line item with costs, just, well, they're going to have to bore, they're going to have to do these things. They're going to have to relight the pilots. And anyway, I got a list, but it still doesn't answer my question. The bottom line, we are under the gun to get this done before CPS separates from us, and we need to meet, we now have basically received a violation from RRC because they did an audit and said, hey, you haven't been doing this. And they're allowing us to do a catch-up, but we don't have to go back 6 or 10 years and fix 10% of our line. We don't have to do that. We just have to do it. We have to say from this year going forward, we will replace 10% of our line. So that cost is what it is, but there's not really, in my opinion, a whole lot of opportunity to
So this is per year times 10?
Potentially, yeah. But I think if the cost is accurate, then, so if we were to go, ideally, what we would do is we would evaluate the system and we'd say, okay, which part of the system we want to replace, how much of it, and then we go get proposals, and then we evaluate and we'd see what it is. But we didn't do any of that. We have an operator, we have a contract with that operator, and under the contract, they are already authorized to do this work, and they already have their fee schedule, and they said, this is what, here you go. Here's what it costs.
So we're just approving year one?
Yes, only this one project, because, again, CPS's contract with us expires in March. It's a 6-month contract from October to March, which we more than likely will need to renew. So, yeah, this is just the one project to get us out of hot water with the RRC. We're going to have another unfunded liability next year because we're going to have to do 10% next year. I don't know what 10% that'll be, and I don't know if we'll own the system by then or not.
So the recommended motion is I move to authorize staff to replace the gas lines as proposed at a cost not to exceed $76,000.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Not like being under the gun.
Yeah. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on appointment of members to fill open position on the EDC board and discussion of EDC bylaws. Scott?
Mayor? For this, we do have 3 representatives on council that were at the EDC meeting, and their recollection may be more clear than mine, but there are a couple of things. One, Councilman Dyer, as I mentioned at the last council meeting, has said he's going to step off the EDC board and recommended that Sheena be put in his place. We reached out to Sheena, replace him in that position. And we did reach out to Sheena. She's willing to serve. We reached out to the EDC. They're willing to recommend her, and that was the recommendation. The unanimous recommendation from the EDC board is to appoint Sheena Martinez as a EDC board member. So that's the action. The discussion tonight is about the bylaws and some other recommendations that the EDC made. So one of them is terms. Right now, the terms of the board are 2-year terms that all expire at once. And so you've just reappointed the board to 2-year terms, but what they're going to do is review those bylaws and make some recommended changes to establish specific terms. And they had some discussion at the EDC meeting about, well, do we have 3, I think it's a 7-member board, do we have 3 on 2-year terms and 4 on 3-year terms? Or do we alternate, or do we draw straws and establish, okay, we're going to have positions, there'll be positions 1 through 7, and the odd numbered positions will be.
Too many options, but basically, we're gonna, I'm sorry. I just
Sorry,
wanna
yeah,
move
yeah,
along.
thank you,
Yeah.
keep it going,
Give all the
thank you,
options.
no, please, please, please.
So you're gonna bring that back?
So we'll bring that back after the
Yes.
next meeting. So the motion tonight would be to appoint Sheena Martinez to
Yes.
the EDC board.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I don't know if you could do that.
Yes, you may.
Yes, all right, I got a motion and a
Is that
second.
legal?
Yes, you may.
You could
All
have
right,
appointed
all in
yourself,
favor?
but that-
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Well done.
You just can't vote for yourself if you, let's say, the mayor's position was vacant. That's the
Right.
extent that you would not be able to.
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
you get compliments.
And Sheena, you lucked out, we don't have a meeting this week, so.
Yeah.
You're lucky.
Woo-hoo. Works out good, kids in town.
All right, next item is discussion and appropriate action on city reorganization.
So for this is, it's unfortunate Devin is at home taking care of some family issues, but I really wanted to celebrate him, but I'm kind of glad he's not here because he would have had to sit here all night. Although I'll be honest, he is almost 100% online right now listening. Yeah, I've been reaching out to him throughout the night to ask questions about the cats and some other things, and he's been responding. So he has announced that he is going to accept a position up north. As I stated in my agenda summary form, this is a move that is as much about an opportunity to go to work for an agency and make a career improvement as it is about his family being closer to his in-laws. And he really, really wrestled with this decision. And I am extremely grateful to Devin for the grace that he offered the city, because I've known about this and been stressed out for over a month because I knew this might be an issue. But at the same time, I'm very, very proud of him, and I think that this is going to be, I really pray that this is going to be a good move for him and his family, and I think it's the first of several different opportunities that lie in his future, because I really do think he's got a lot of potential, and I expect him to work for either a larger city or be an assistant city manager if he stays in this career. With that said, the position that we had created, really, my management philosophy is to meet people where they're at and find out where they're going, and as long as it's in the interest of the city, help them get there. And it doesn't really matter whether that future is with the city or not. I don't care, because I get all the benefit of that employee for as long as they're here. And unfortunately, we know that we're going to be a training ground in the PD. We know we're going to be a training ground to a certain extent in our utilities, because we aren't able to pay what SAWS pays. We aren't able to pay what some of these other larger institutions are. But I do my best, and I think the mayor, some of you are well aware, I do my absolute best to make it as hard as possible on them. Because I want them to curse every day their new employer, because they enjoyed working with Cashville so much. And I know that it's hard work, and I know that there's sweat and actual blood that's spilled working for the city. But within my power, I would like to make this an enjoyable experience, something that brings fulfillment and happiness to our employees. So we work with people where they are, and in Devin's case, that's what led to the services position, the community services. I cannot think, it's too late. The community services position. He handled waste management, he handled streets, he handled animal services, he handled code compliance. He had Parks and Rec, the pool, RV park. He also handled kind of other assignments as needed, so he helped establish the new app that we have on our phones and some other projects to give him that experience. And again, I think he did a marvelous job with all those. But now that he's leaving, what I'm proposing to do, and this is really just for clarity to you all, because it will have some budgetary impact. It'll be minimal, but what I want to do is not try to fill his position, take all the different pieces and bust them up, so animal control or animal services and code compliance will go back to PD. Now, the chief and I have talked about it. Neither one of us are super happy about it being in the PD, not because the chief isn't willing to oversee that, he absolutely is, but we have the same view, which is that when you put animal services and code compliance under PD, it has an enforcement, and it kind of sends the wrong message to the public that,
It's an officer.
Yes, you're gonna comply, and if you don't, the beatings will continue, kind of thing, right? We don't want that. We want to be service oriented, and that's the intention behind changing the names even in those departments. So I do not expect that it will stay there. It's going to be there for now until I can find a better place and a better person to manage that outside of the PD hierarchy. But that's where that is. Streets and waste management will go over to Public Works, and largely probably Ricky is going to handle that. And then the drainage issues, drainage, maintenance will still fall to streets, but drainage, the things like you heard tonight, that's going to fall to, because Devin was handling the meetings with K-Freeze about our drainage plan and that kind of stuff. That's going to fall to Brianna. If you're not aware, she cut her teeth doing, in a drainage department for San Antonio and then for a private firm. So stormwater control and engineering and planning was where she got her first steps in that field. So she does feel very comfortable in taking those on. I'm going to expand Brianna's role to also encompass ground transportation. She's already doing over the airport, but I'd really like her to, I need someone to be in charge of the TxDOT issues that we're having, the northern route issues that we're having, and really as we look at the larger planning opportunities that exist, I think that she's the right role to do that. In order to do that, I'm going to need to create additional capacity in her department. I don't know when that's going to happen, the timing of that. Brianna and I will work on that, but more than likely that'll be an assistant type position that can help with the day-to-day grunt work. I know that some of the concerns are about the airport and looking at an airport manager. I have talked to Lee Delavan. I wasn't able to make the airport meeting the other night, but I intend to talk to the board some more about that. My understanding is one of the real challenges is we don't have enough money in the airport fund to go and recruit a true airport manager. We were very, very fortunate in David, and what I would like to do is find another David. If we can find someone, what I mean by that is someone who's retired, someone who doesn't necessarily need the income, but is passionate about airports and airport management, and would enjoy doing that type of challenge. And they are out there. David is a fantastic human being, but that type of person isn't unique. Like there's others that are in a similar situation. So we've got to find them, and we should take the time looking for them. In the meantime, we brought on an additional person within the last couple of weeks that is working on a part-time basis. If that person works out, then the intention is to create a full-time position. So, and then we'll see what that person's skill set is, et cetera. When I've talked to the members, the various members of the airport board about this, they kind of agreed we'd rather have have more people on the ground doing, actually servicing and working at the airport than go and pay and drain the fund to pay an airport manager. So that's the interim solution. We'll see what the airport, what happens to the airport long term. And then Jonah, last but definitely not least, Jonah Chang is going to step into the Parks and Recreation management position. So I have two managers that report to me currently, and that's Angela Alejandro at the library. That could be a director position. She's in a management role until I feel like she's ready to be a director, and I would desperately like that for her, but we'll see how that happens. In Jonah's case, same story. He's not ready to be the director, but he can be the manager for now, and he and I are going to work on it on some different things. We've already established kind of a path to get him ready for that, and that'll probably take a year or two to get there. But he has shown, one, interest, and two, a great willingness to step in that role. So I'm very, very happy that he's willing to take these things on. He insisted that he take on the community center project. I had initially planned to give that to Brianna, because as a coordinator, I just need a coordinator to call the engineers, to call the meetings, to get the stakeholders to the table, to manage that process. And I felt like if we're going to have to expand her assets there or give her additional help, she might be able to take on that coordinator role. But in talking to Jonah and listening to some friends of the park and talking to Devin, ultimately Jonah said, I really, really, really want to do this project. And I said, I really, really, really think that's a bad idea. But I'm not going to stand in your way if that's what you want to do. But understand, you're accountable now. You're
the guy.
We will hold each other accountable in this regard. I'm not going to throw him to the wolves, but there's a reason I didn't want him to take that on. It is I think it's going to be a huge stressor for him, because he's also going to have to work nights, and be at night meetings for the first time, and has some other issues that he's never had to deal with. So those are the changes. I'm also, I don't know if I mentioned this in the report or not, but I have an intern role that's was budgeted for. Sierra has been doing a fantastic job. I see giving her more projects. When we talk about ClearPoint, I think she's going to be my ClearPoint clearinghouse. So when y'all have questions or things of that nature, we may set her up to help answer some of those. But my intention is she has a growth trajectory within the city as well. She's expressed an interest to go get her MPA. She's really enjoyed her time at the city, so I expect her hours aren't going to change, but I made her title, she may actually get a title from intern, she'll be assistant to the city administrator. But her hours and pay are pretty much going to stay the same until she's ready to actually make a more full-time. She has a chair, she has an office. No, she's next to Beck. She actually has what approximate a desk. I mean, it's a little bigger than this, but it's a desk with a chair. So yes, and her own AC. So that was the organizational changes.
The park, you're going to add another person to park?
Oh, yes, that's right. And in talking to Jonah, there's no way that he can take on those responsibilities and we don't increase. We got to do something. So that's where the like 75% of the budget that was paying for Devin is going to go to paying for another hand. He'll have another hand to help him. We'll create that position after this meeting. But I see head nods. I just wanted to make sure no one screamed and said, no, it's a terrible idea. Okay. All right. So we will be executing on that here in the coming weeks. You'll probably see a new employee in Parks, and you'll see Jonah happy but sweating more than he used to, and different. Sweating up here.
He can handle it.
I know he can. I think he's fantastic. He's great.
I'm really happy for Devin. I'm very sad for us. That man has made such an incredible difference, and we have a lot of people.
There will be a party.
There will be a party.
When is
He
it
deserves.
leaving?
He has done so much.
I don't know yet. I don't have a final date. He's not expected to start there till February 1st, but they have to move and do some other things. So he's going to help me understand what his final date is, and then we're going to plan a party. Yep.
So kudos to Devin. Devin, if you're watching, thank you, man.
Yes, thank you very much.
And I think this creates some really neat opportunities for some of our staff that have been stepping up, and they've been doing a great job.
Done some
Okay.
Growing our own.
some great things in
Yeah.
Castroville, absolutely.
All right, next item is executive session. That's a lot. Okay. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.0711 and 551.0712, entitled Consultation with Attorney, the City Council will meet in closed session to discuss competitive matters, including airport water rights. Second, pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, entitled Consultation with Attorney, and the Texas Government Code, Section 551.086, entitled Competitive Utility Matters, the City Council, as the governing body of the public power utility and public gas utility, will meet in closed session to discuss competitive matters, including CPSE separation update and gas system. Third, Texas Government Code, Section 551.072, entitled Deliberation Regarding Real Property, to deliberate the purchase of real property, and that is approximately 6.75 acres in Medina County for future public works utilities facility. And fourth, Texas Government Code, Section 551.085, entitled Deliberation Regarding Economic Development Negotiations, the City Council may convene in executive session to receive advice from the city attorney regarding the following, that is Victory Lane Development. We're going into executive session at 10:06.
I guess we have to go over this, right?
I'd like to get over.
I'm gonna lock these doors.
It's a good thing you celebrated last week.
Well, they tend to be about a week long. We have birthday weeks because getting everybody together all at the same time. You come in waves.
I had a friend who decided she wanted to celebrate the gestation period.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We need to send you to auctioneer school for those executive session intros. Nice long Yeah.
realize you were so well garnished up here, bro.
Yeah, look at that.
Did you miss it on your way in? Oh, yeah, I guess you came in this door and just. It's okay, Samantha walked in that door and didn't see it.
Well, you muted her at the door, she had no time.
Sorry, it's been drizzling outside, I saw, so. And there's rain coming, come on, rain. Yeah, there's a chance of rain.
Yeah, I know.
Now Friday, the chance of rain has gone up significantly.
I'll take it.
Oh, yeah, let it rain.
Oh, yeah. No, it's
Deborah, just let me know when you're ready.
And then Sunday's weather.
71% tomorrow.
Just tell me I
Yeah.
have space left on this computer for some reason.
My calendar says that tomorrow I'm supposed to
It's got, these are two separate.
do two separate items. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
All right, we are reconvening at 11:05. Next item is consider possible actions resulting from items posted and legally discussed in executive session. On the first item, I believe that I'm looking for a motion to approve the renewal of the airport unrestricted irrigation groundwater lease for 10 years at a $140 per acre foot per year as a lump sum payment. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Oh, three of us.
All right.
Sorry, who's going to be first?
Who's going to be first? Herb.
Herb.
Herb Dyer made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Carey. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item is to approve the city administrator to pursue the 6.75 acres in Medina County for future public works utility facilities with the items that we discussed in executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Great. Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Further discussion, that acreage size may change.
Okay.
That'll be the largest amount.
Discussion on future agenda items. Is there anything that we have not addressed on the pending agenda item list?
I was just going to re-mention one that we said earlier in the meeting, which is getting an educational presentation on the Medina County 911 Emergency Communications District. And I received an email but haven't put it on the list yet. Daryl from Dream Flights would like to come present to council on their programs sometime in January.
Yep.
I'm sorry, who?
Daryl from
Flights.
Dream
Oh,
Flights.
Green Flag.
I got this somewhere. I don't know if I put it on the pending list.
All right, let's get it on the pending list. I'll call him back and talk to him about it. He called during much turmoil here, so I didn't get a chance to get back.
I can put it on the list too.
Perfect. Yes. Will you put both of those on the list, you mind?
Yeah.
All right, great. Anything else? All right. So we are through the agenda and adjourned then at 11:08.
Happy birthday for
Happy
another
birthday.
50 minutes.
All right, thank you.
And then get to work.
Yeah.
He just started his 56th year.
What?
I'm a junior senior.
Have you looked at our card yet?
Yes.
He thanked me.
I thought it was appropriate. I honestly thought, Jeff, this is a card Deborah would get.
I've seen it before and I picked it up for people.
I'm just wondering, were those like self-portraits of you two?
I almost put our names on it, but I was like, that's a little too much.
That'd be cheap.
Don't worry.
That would be cheeky.
We know which one is which.